that doesn't require a target. Suddenly, he's not only your initiator that bursts a target and controls it, he can be used as a saving mechanic. Now, looking at these bans, Evil Geniuses, they banned out the Viper. Is this a Spectre in the makings for them? What do you think?
Definitely possible. They have a hero like Enchantress, right? This is a hero that just tanks the pressure, and then you want to pick some type of like super carry that does benefit off of it. Does make sense.
And we see versus Pro banning out Anti-Mage. I'm actually surprised every time this hero is picked, because for most of the close qualifiers and the first days of the Immortal stage, it's been banned. And there's a reason. The hero is just very strong right now. All these hard carries that are picked quite often suffer versus AM, and you're always putting yourself in a position in which you have to be aggressive no matter what you're drafting, because you're playing versus Anti-Mage. And if you don't have a draft that actually deals with him early on well enough, something happens like we saw in that last series.
Yeah, AM just gets a free game and just gets to play however he wants. So I agree. I mean, I think that hero's
have it again.
Yeah, they let him in twice with the same exact front picks. Navi. Yeah, just and then we see. I mean, these are very interesting bans from EG. Very targeted toward like that mid in particular. There.
Look at that.
I mean, team fight. This is literally team fight kings, right? The three of these together. It's.
I actually think that Warlock in the last week of this tournament should be one of the first 4 bans. I think you let maybe an Oracle go through, or you let something like Doom go through. Magnus obviously isn't even banned any longer. People have figured out a way to deal with it. But I think this Warlock is becoming just a centerpiece of every lineup.
I feel like Warlock stonks have been rising throughout the entirety of this league, and now we're starting to get into the playoffs as well. He's definitely someone to keep an eye on. This game's going to be telling as well. What are we looking for here, though, as EG continues to move through the draft?
I think if EG doesn't pick the Spectre,
they will,
VP is going to just take the Spectre right now.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably what they're going to be discussing, because like it's Warlock Spectre with the Darkseer, like it's fully enabled, completely enabled based off of the draft that he has behind him.
I wanted to make that same exact point. Like picking this Warlock.
Okay. So this is they used to do this versus. They actually do this versus Warlock all the time. It's just the hero that gets on top of him in the back, and I mean it is GPK who does like to play it. So he's probably feeling like whatever. He
likes to play it. He definitely likes to play it. Does he win with it is a different story. Yeah, that's a different matter completely.
I feel like we've had this conversation about Storm several times in this tournament alone.
I was like before. I was just checking his heroes a few series ago, right? And he won versus 5 men with the Storm, but only game.
Are we going to see the Spectre, though?
I would imagine so. I really would.
Storm is overall good versus her, right? Even those early ganks on the laning stage, you can get on top of her easy enough. You can chase her through the trees. Usually how she escapes the fights is either by haunting or using that spectral dagger to run through the trees into unpathable terrain. Storm can chase her no matter where she goes. So
definitely true.
That's something.
How do we feel about a DK, though, instead? I mean, it seemed like Spectre would have been a little bit of a windmill slam, but ultimately we see the DK.
I mean, if it still fits with their idea of their draft, this is like, even if they do want to go for some super carry, I think the Spectre's going to get banned now, more than likely. But if they do want to go for it, this gives you like a hero that can play around as the 4. You're enabled by the Darkseer really nicely. Their damage isn't the greatest with this pick, but I think Warlock allows you to pick these heroes that don't do as much damage early, because Fatal Bonds is just...
How did you feel
so much damage, right?
How did you feel versus that Sven last night in our pubs? Was it a great experience?
Yeah, definitely. I don't even remember anymore all these games that we're playing. They just, half of them are miserable and half of them are super nice.
Yeah, Sven right now looks...
Talent stacks, man.
Talent stacks, yeah.
Sven, let me remind you, he demolished us. Like he cleaved straight to us. He tore us, you know. So Sven is really strong right now. It's another hero. Like I've been praising Warlock quite a lot. I think Sven is very, very similar.
Yeah, see, when you talk about the Warlock stonks rising, Sven, I feel like is still being slept on a little bit from what I'm hearing from a lot of analysts. Do you feel that it's being slept on right now, Fog?
I mean, I just think he's still very strong, especially because Darkseer is popular again. So it's just like, okay, this hero gets crazy. But also, it's like, I mean, this Aghanims, right? Like, upheaval might be annoying for you, but then you get your Aghanims online, and then you have all these dispels, so people can't really counteract it too much. And you're that hard damage. Like, DK might be tanky, but you start getting hit by God Strength Sven, this hero is...
You're not that tanky.
Yeah,
you're tanky, but you're not... Like, there aren't many heroes that can sustain the Sven attacking them.
Yeah.
Usually one of those counters was... like, you could get a Morphling to just kite him with something like a Skadi, or you could get a good old Basher Slark, right? That can pounce in and out of fights, but Sven just accelerates his farm and buys items that allow him to always be ahead of you at the moment. And one of the reasons why he came back into the meta, even before people started buying Aghanims, is because of Darkseer coming back into the meta. Sven is one of those heroes that does not care at all in the laning stage. You just sit under your tower as he's pushing in with his iron shells and you just farm away.
Yeah.
So this should be a completely free lane for the Sven, especially Enchantress Sven.
Yeah. Interesting, they banned the Drow. I mean, it is a hero that VP likes.
The Bloodseeker. There we go.
Credit where credit's due. It was Fog who just kept asking for the Bloodseeker.
Did they want?
Especially, as soon as we actually did see the patch notes come out as well, just the Bloodseeker, and we started to see him a lot.
And this is one of the heroes I was assuming was going to get paired with a lot, because you get 15% spell amp after level 1 Blood Rage with Tiny. Tiny already one-shots heroes a lot of the time.
You know what's actually very weird? Most of these Bloodseekers that I have watched, like Seb, and they max out. They skip it.
Yeah.
You max out Blood Rage, you even get that Veil, and then on like level 10 you get 1 point in Blood Rage. But still, even just with Veil, you're doing like 450 damage every 12 seconds with Blood Rage in a massive AoE. So the hero looks definitely good on paper, and we have seen some successful games, but not completely sold yet.
Wait, does the Veil... Isn't it pure damage?
Doesn't it still amplify?
I don't think it would amplify as a Bloodseeker. Does it actually? No, I'm like thinking, because I feel like I saw people doing it, but they all bought it anyway.
Buying it?
I think for the team. But actually, I might be wrong. I might be wrong.
I might be wrong.
We see it anyway, and
I might be wrong.
It's
We'll
still
ask
strong
anyone
with
besides Kyle, and then we'll verify. We'll know exactly how the mechanics work.
Ursa. Okay, it's kind of similar to the Slark, right? You can fight a little bit earlier. If you get on top of that Sven with a Basher, you can keep him locked down. It is possible, but if that hits you once or twice, you're done.
This hero feels a lot weaker as well now, with like so many nerfs to his Earthshock. He doesn't farm as fast. He doesn't pressure lane nearly as hard. His Enrage has what is it? Is it 80 seconds level 1 cooldown?
They nerfed him heavily.
He got nerfed.
It was like tier 1 hero just a few months ago, but now he isn't.
Yeah, we actually saw EG breaking him out quite a bit. We saw that Alpine Ursa skin as well. Always a pleasure to see that. But I will ask, the odds are in favor of EG, but as we look at this draft right now, you talk about all of the damage, even in the first 3 picks that you saw on the side of VP. Now they're able to round it out with that DK to Ursa. Maybe a little bit of a weird pick to actually round stuff out, but how do you like this draft as it's come together?
I like EGs. I feel like they can just play pretty chill this game. Like, they don't have to worry so much about the later stages because they have Sven Storm for me. And I feel like they have this Tiny that can roam around and match pretty well. The big team fight, though, in the mid game from VP is very, very strong for sure.
So I agree completely with Fogged, but it's on EG to get these small skirmishes, to get around this Darkseer and Earth Spirit, to kill off the Warlock, to find some small pickoffs, and it's on Virtus.pro to just constantly use their big cooldowns and make these giant team fights.
So EG, ultimately, they're going to be looking for cheeky little picks. Going to try to find them throughout the game. Is there a particular timing that you're looking for that team fight to come online for VP? Is there anything that the folks at home should be looking for? Is it just in the mid game, team fight?
I think it's just, for me at least, it's got to be like this DK has to have, every single DK form has to do something. Like, he has to be pressing the issue, shrinking the map. Because if you don't start shrinking the map, Sven gets to go hit Ancients, Sven gets to go farm, and then I feel like you put yourself on a timer. The Sven and the Storm are going to out farm an Ursa DK, just like nature of hero, right?
Okay.
When you think about it.
All right, the DK has to do something. I'm about to toss it over to 2 people that got to do something. They got to cast the match. Let's jump into the action.
Thank you very much, Rich. Yes, EG versus VP. I'm Odie Pixel, joined by BSJ for this one. Brian, we're seeing the drafts. We're getting the finisher here from EG being the Bloodseeker. This new hero that we're seeing some of the top teams really start to experiment with. Looking at this match here, is there a lot of good synergies here for the pick, and have VP got a strong approach against it?
I do think the weakness of Bloodseeker, I talked about it earlier, is that as an offlaner, compare him to Darkseer, compare him to Mars, right? He just offers virtually no team fight in that regard, but he's super good at completely ruining one hero's game and also enabling his teammates, right? So the way I look at the synergies going on this game is that the Blood Rage is pretty sick with Sven. Sven's always going to have some sort of lifesteal sustain, and then you give him 140 attack speed. That's pretty damn good for Sven. Storm obviously benefits a lot from the spell damage later on. Tiny in the early to mid game. That level 1 Blood Rage now does 15% spell.
15% spell amp.
15% of a lot of damage is a lot of damage. You know, that's what the Tiny combo.
Oh,
if it wasn't enough already. You also have the Toss Rupture synergy, which is also has always been good. And then we were talking about it a bit off panel, but so spell amp, if you amp the Sven, does not make them take more cleave. Like, does not make Sven's cleave do more damage.
Even though that is
technically it's
an ability, not a spell.
Exactly.
If you want to go by the correct terminology.
Yeah, and then but if you veil enemies, like the activatable part of veil, and they are debuffed, they will take more damage from cleave.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Well, that okay.
So veil is the only way.
That doesn't make any sense, Brian.
I'm telling you, it works that way because there was one game I had a mag on my team. I built a veil. It felt like everyone was evaporating, and I was like, "Wait a minute, does veil amp cleave?"
Yeah, but hang on, that's a mag's cleave though.
It's all cleaves all the same.
Yeah,
I tested it with Battle Fury too.
Okay.
So it's weird because you can amp cleave won't do more damage. But if you amp the opponent, if it's a debuff on the opponent, they will take more damage. So that's something we'll have to see. Obviously, a lot of heroes right now can build Veil, but Bloodseeker, that seems like a core item for the hero.
So what you're saying is that my Sven Veil build is actually viable?
If you want your cleave to do 18% more damage and that's worth 1,500 gold for you, hey man, you do your thing.
Let's see what we've got going on.
Have you done that? Or?
I did. I've done the magical Sven build. It's with the Superman, dude. Got Axe, Veil, Radiance, Kaya. They ain't ready for it. We'll see it in a pop coming soon.
Your builds are truly magical.
Oh, here we go. GPK on his Storm again. It's been a bit hit and miss. It's sort of more misses recently in some of the games. Always has an incredible start on the Storm, but sometimes can fall behind. So definitely eyes on GPK to see if he can keep it up at a good pace today.
Maybe it feels like he's trying to get too much done in the mid-game with this EG squad. He's almost trying to exert his dominance single-handedly on the game. That's why when I watch his Storm, I'm a bit nervous because he does, like you said, always win the lane.
Yeah.
But his mid-game decision, he just overextends 1 or 2 times, and suddenly this snowball where he's going Orchid Bloodstone, he doesn't have a BKB, and then those 1 or 2 deaths leading to more deaths, as we do see Rezo potentially dying bottom as he does escape. But this is a pretty... yikes lane for Darkseer, if you ask me, of the Enchantress to purge off the Iron Shell and the Surge, and then Sven absolutely loves farming against Darkseer.
On top. Nice shots back here from Crit, getting Solo in under the tower. A couple of hits as well as the Bloodbright onto him. Good harassment trade in bottom lane. They are able to kill off Zayas there, the two of them flying Arteezy. Able to team up and find themselves first blood in the safe lane.
Yeah, this laning stage for me is a bit concerning on the side of VP. I think bottom lane should be pretty much free farm for Arteezy. Top lane, you'd be surprised. Ursa, I don't think is that great against melee heroes, especially ones that threaten to kill him if he's like half health or less. And this is certainly a kill lane for the tiny Bloodseeker, as once the Bloodseeker gets a few points in Bloodright, that damage is scary, as he is taking a lot of damage now. Is he going to go down?
Ooh, the toss off the market.
Salve in the backpack.
Ramses will get low, but is able to get himself away.
Fatal Bonds? No, everything else is dead.
And so the Ursa pick as a whole, I mean, coming as the final pick from VP this game, like, what are they trying to do with it? Do you like the Ursa at the moment? Seems to be a carry that's falling out of favor for the most part.
Yeah, they really needed a surge target. DK is okay, but he's not really the hero you want to be shelling and surging into fights. He usually builds a blink anyways, so Ursa is one of the few carries that absolutely loves the surge and never wants to buy a blink. The thing for Ursa for me is that I actually hate... He's one of my favorite heroes personally, and I hate playing him against Storm because your ulti is super easy to use unless you're getting silenced. Like, you can always respond to stuns and try to evade the damage, but if you have like a Storm out of nowhere with an Orchid, you can actually die full to 0 on Ursa, and they don't have a save. Their only save really is like counter initiation, team fight from the Earth Spirit and the Warlock. So outside of team fights, I'm concerned for ILTW, but like the panel said before, if they get the team fights going for VP, this quite overwhelming compared to the cores of EG, who pretty much have none.
And as these lanes continue on the top lane, Ramses, he's able to find something out of this this bottom lane. I mean, you're absolutely right. It just continues to be a very tough time. Top lane, they get the toss back in. The avalanche on RTW on the tower. Again, some good damage traded, but not enough to threaten RTW. Fly on that bottom lane. It's another kill on Zayats, and just this continued struggle from Resolution as this Darkseer. He just can't find any sort of farm down on this bottom lane.
Yeah. Well, I don't know who's worse, Oracle or Enchantress to lane against, because Oracle's annoying because he can. It's a lower cooldown on the Fortune's end, but at the same time with Enchantress, you can like threaten to purge them at any given point with a creep running up to them, and then if they finally do surge, you just immediately remove it, while the Oracle's slow has like a travel time, so usually they can at least create some gap. So I feel a little bit bad for Rezo down here, but he probably asked for this hero, so Grave, I guess, as that impetus does a lot of damage.
Yeah, and it's just giving the space for Arteezy to have complete free farm on the Sven. 20 and 13 in the safe lane.
Looks like all the cores are doing well except for the Darkseer.
Reza could be in trouble here. Flies coming in from the side. Arteezy, it's not going to quite
enough.
Yeah, it was still on cooldown.
I like the second point in stun. I think it's a big deal for Svens to take 2 or 3 points in the stun. The damage almost doubles, and overall, it's about the same mana cost. It's just some value that if you're going to show up to any fights in the mid game, I really like to have it. I don't really like the 1-4-4 build anymore on Sven. It feels like you're just hitting creeps for at least 20 minutes, and in NA that works pretty well, but in my experience here, you're pretty much forced to fight in any EU games before that time.
I see Top trying to take some away from this side pull. Again, just tough for RTW to really trade back into Ramses. I mean, sure, you know, he's a melee hero, you've got the swipes, but Bloodseeker, this hero just has so much armor, right? You're in the lane and you're getting hit by this Ursa, you don't care.
Also, when your other lanes are struggling, Bloodseeker is even harder to lane against, right? Bottom lane's pretty much always low. I saw Ramses was sitting on about 380 move speed there, just with brown boots, and that makes it much harder for Ursa to do the damage he wants.
We'll see mid. An attempt is going to be made onto no one. TP's coming in to help out Crit, trying to get in a position so he can find the toss. Might not even need it straight up, as GPK's got a lot of magical damage, dragging him back in. There comes the toss. No one getting low, but the Shadow Word heal from Solo. Is it enough to save him? It is. GPK zips in, is able to finish off the kill, and VP won't be able to find anything in return there, as EG and VP bringing 3 heroes into the mid. EG come out on top, killing off that DK and punishing no one when he tried to come in for that first bit of pressure with the first Dragon Form.
Yeah, Fogg's analysis of the game I think was pretty accurate, with the fact that DK had a lot of weight on his shoulders to get something done with every single Dragon Form, and I think if he can see it and we can see it, you have to assume EG knows, right? You see the 2 supports rotate mid, putting all their priority into shutting him down. That's also more easily done when your Sven is having such a good game. Bloodseeker's relatively independent. You're going to let him get his levels top, and really good prioritization of their resources there.
On bottom lane, Arteezy, he's just going to put the God Trip, try and get straight in onto Resolution. TPs are going to be on their way over. Vacuum drags back the Centaur, so Fly won't be able to find the stun on Rezo. Will stun Zayat to stop him from being able to roll in onto our top. Arteezy steps back, Sal's going to help him out. And actually, maybe thinking about going in onto Zayat. They've still got some good timing left with the God Strength. From Zayat, he's got no escape. EG seeing an opportunity to just run straight back at them, and Zayat was not prepared.
Yeah, they're just not afraid of the Darkseer, because that's a type of move where it almost looks like, why would EG go for it? Aren't they afraid of something happening in return? But DK has no DK form. Darkseer just ran away at 200 health, so they're like, okay, it's just this Earth Spear, we're not afraid of anything. And the Sven with half health and no mana is fully confident in committing for that kill.
Mid lane, TPK is going to have a poke at no one, force out some reactions. CP over for Solo, will come out.
Got the Veil queued up for Ramses.
Don't run off.
It is quite the standard if you have not watched Dota for the last day or so.
See mid, they're going to try and set up here with the Blood Bright. Silence comes out for the 2 of them. Zayat did try his best to kick the DK out of the Silence, but he still gets hit by the Blood Bright Nolan, and even gets positioned in a worse place there, kicked into the river by his own teammate. He'll get Fly in return, but again, it's another death on the DK as EG continue to draw attention towards this mid and just continue to slow down this early game of no one.
Yeah, the issue I have with the DK, as I kind of mentioned, is that since he has such a weight on his shoulders, you have to hope that as we see another engagement here, hold that thought.
RTW's going to jump down. Follow there from Zayats. They do have the control onto Crit. The three of them surrounding him. Crit up to the high ground. The Remnant hitting onto RTW, but one more jump forward with the Earth Shot. Gets the kill. Tried to turn over towards GPK. GPK out of mana, but now RTW is on the high ground. His ult still on cooldown. Will be able to run himself away from Fly. Solo just running straight up to this, chasing down GPK, bringing him down low with the Shadow Word. They're linked up as well with the bombs. Can they do enough damage to Fly to kill GPK? Doesn't look like it will be enough. It will be enough to get the edge kill, but GPK will manage to walk away. Ramsey's coming in. Rupture at the ready. Focuses down the easier kill, looking towards Solo. I say that though, he's a little scared of finishing it off as Solo goes for the TP out and will be able to make it away before any stun comes in from Crit. Not quite able to make it there in time.
Yeah, because of the other lanes didn't go so well, since there's such a weight on DK's shoulders, EG can literally just make their entire game plan. Let's shut down the DK, and in response, the rest of VP also has to help the DK because they know how important the DK is. So in the meantime, we have this whole engagement going on mid. Ursa's forced to participate, not farming, while the Sven is just hitting creeps and getting levels. So even though he is managing to stay on par on the Ursa, he's pretty much the only beneficiary of these engagements, and Arteezy's queuing up the Midas. Pretty standard Sven stuff.
Are you a fan of this on RTW? He's also queuing up the Midas on Ursa.
I think this is an interesting game where he needs to fight, but he also needs to scale, and he can fight just fine with the tools that his teammates offer him. So he thinks, okay, I know I have to fight, but I'm not going to have any time to farm. But if I just fight and don't farm, as we see, RTW is very much fighting, but this is just time spent not farming, right? And that's why, where he has this job in the game, and if he thought he needed drums, if he thought he needed, you know, a sustain item to participate, then he would buy those things. But I actually think it's a pretty good choice from him. Is it going to work out? Already being down 2,000 gold at 10 minutes? Not sure.
Obviously Arteezy as well, also having the Iron Talon this game, so that early bit of potential to buff up the farming speed of him through the jungle.
So nice on really any jungling hero, anti-mage Sven. You just get to that first item so much faster, and with these heroes, every item they buy exponentially increases their farm rate. This is one of my only issues with neutral items. I think Iron Talon specifically on a few carries is just way too powerful. Not sure if there's a way to really address it though.
Now see VP. I'm going to try and hit with a smoke. Solo's hit the 6, so they have the chaotic offering ready to drop. Focus around the mid lane. When they get on top of it, there's actually going to be the move already from EG. They're trying to go in onto Noah, but here's the chaotic offering down to the 2 of them. GPK low on the mana. Vacuum drags in both Crit and GPK. They kill off one. Turn towards GPK, but Ramsey's able to offer up the Rupture to stop Zayats from diving for more. Keeps GPK safe, but VP, they've got the kill, and now with the Golem trying to put some pressure onto this tier 1 tower. With the Elder Dragon form up as well, they should be able to finish this one here. So VP still able to get a good timing on this first tier 1 tower mid.
Yeah, not too bad. This is exactly what they need to be doing. EG fully aware that they can't handle the team fight of VP, so you saw Enchantress just pushing bottom, Arteezy farming in the jungle in the meantime. Both teams very aware of the play style that their lineup suits here. Some stacks for Sven we see there. Iron Talon for Ursa, evening the playing field a bit there, but it can make quite a big difference because Ursa doesn't hit creeps usually around 7-8 minutes. So with heroes like Sven and Anti-Mage specifically, it's so much more potent because you get it at hitting jungle creeps 7-8 minutes in the game. He's already got 3 minutes of value on his Iron Talon, while Ursa's just now going to start getting his.
Yeah, helped him get the 11-minute Midas this game, Arteezy. He's got that one out and running.
He's going to probably stack the... Oh, he already farmed the Ancients, so he's going to have a fresh set of camps spawning in about 10 seconds. Should be able to clear those with that same ultimate.
So LTW trying to jump over towards Fly. Zayats with the control. Fly is trying to run. Is he going to get any help? It's coming over from Ramses. Ramses will turn with the Rupture onto LTW. Zip forward for GPK in the Enrage. It's already been used, so LTW is vulnerable. Stun comes out from Crit. LTW, he's going to pay with his life there for that attempt on trying to go in onto Fly. Ends up losing his own life as the Ursa, and I feel like every death on this Ursa in this early game is just so painful for VP.
Last time I checked, I think that was about 9.5 minutes into the game, the Ursa was 150 gold behind Sven. He is now 1,600 gold behind Sven. At that point in the game, it was a 2K net worth lead for EG. Now it's 4K. That is completely attributed to the gap that has been created between the two carries, and I think it only gets worse. That's the problem. Ursa on an even playing field, if he has like a luxury to go for a Battle Fury, for instance, then sure, he can go toe-to-toe with Sven. But if Sven gets, you know, 1 or 2 items ahead of him, suddenly you don't threaten Sven and he can maybe kill you in just 1 stun. Going for that Echo Saber on the Sven. Storm should be completing that Orchid shortly.
Yeah, just a recipe away here, GPK.
That's a big one because pretty much every core will die alone on the side of VP. Maybe not DK, but if maybe I think with the Tiny, all of them die. So they're going to be forced to group up even more than they already have. And if VG can keep delaying the pushes, they're just going to keep eking out that farming advantage. But if VP manages to force an engagement, which it looks like they are trying.
I mean, it's a lot of heroes just running at Fly.
He's dancing. Got to respect his taunt on the way out. Gonna take them probably 10 more seconds or so. Oh, he actually has no points in heal, but still pretty tanky.
I mean, at this stage, do EG really care too much about losing the Enchantress up there?
It's the way I look at it is, a lot of people say, why aren't they messing with the Sven? Stop him from farming. But there's other heroes in the way. You know, Enchantress is playing more aggressively on the map. The Tiny is nuking mid-wave so that the dangerous parts of the map are being taken and they have to gank those people first. So it's not something that EG's upset about, but VP doesn't really have a better option, and this is what they have to do. So they're going to take that kill and hopefully turn it in to a more crucial, important kill, as they might find the Sven, but they're more likely to find Crit on the Tiny.
We gotta jump in. No one finds the initiation. Crit will fall, so VP getting the support kills still. Again, EG's positioning, but whilst they lose support, the rest of the 4 of them on the other half of the map.
They have to do this. It's their only choice, but in the meanwhile, Storm has his Orchid, so ILTW has to be very careful while his team's making these moves as 4 that he does not get picked off ever. I don't think he can afford to die by himself a single time more this game, I should say.
There's the full echo done for RTZ, so his presence in the fights is certainly going to be felt. Actually up here, stepping up the high ground, no one was just walking blindly up. And he has got Zayats coming in to help him out. Isn't enough to save him, it is. A Crit comes in from the back lines with the bottom and the blood right. They'll drop the column here to try and turn this one around as RTW commits with the enrage. GPK zipping out with the last bit of mana as RTW is having to stand his ground. He's been ruptured. The blood right coming out as he's forced to the side. Avalanche there from Crit. The Orchid upon him. ILTW is dead. And now Solo, he's going to go down as well. RTZ charges back across with a stun. There's 4 heroes dead. And, I mean, that was just incredibly awkward there. No one stepping up to the high ground. He dies. The rest of VP, they decide to follow suit, committing with the Golem, and it just felt like a lost fight from the start of it.
This is why I personally believe Darkseer isn't a first-round pick anymore, is the Surge isn't overwhelmingly fast enough. The enemy team can react to a carry being surged in, right? That Ursa was overpowered, Ion Shelled, and Surged, ready to clean up the half HP heroes that are all Fatal Bonded, and Fly just enchants him, right? Purges everything. You purge Overpower, you purge the Surge, you purge the Ion Shell, and suddenly you're just like, wait, what were they thinking there? What were they trying to accomplish? But their entire game plan is countered by a 20-second cooldown spell on a 5-position support. I just don't see how things are going to change in their favor, but if the Enchantress goes down at the start of the fight, surprisingly, might be pretty crucial as we see another potentially solo death from Zayach. Ramses gets the last hit, but that's just all the Storm Orchid here, right? Their only threat on Storm is the DK, and I would say it needs to be DK plus like an Ur Spirit or Ursa follow-up to be enough, and that's like so hard to get that combination with the way the map is right now. They just have no wiggle room to move on the side of VP.
See mid. Fly. Starting to poke them. They're bringing him back up here, VP, around the mid lane to see if they can capitalize on no one getting a jump. EG themselves also having 4 around.
Yeah, they're just creating pressure on EG such that Sven can farm safely. They know that VP has to react to this pressure on the mid lane, thus making it safer for Sven to hit creeps as to his heart's content, really.
Going to Fly. And should be... I mean, again, stepping away like that, they get him. They can Fly.
I'd be surprised if EG actually fights here.
They're going to try and go for Crit. See if Crit's able to get his way out of this. Blood right down. The rupture out onto no
Oh,
one.
he tries to toss the DK for the rupture damage, but
And Crit popping the stick charges. He's still living for now, making them chase further and further. They will find him with the breathe fire. So again, VP, they find the 2 supports. Roshan is up. I mean, 2 heroes down, not for too long, but maybe enough for them to feel they can go for this with the. So they're going to step into the pit.
Agi, Van Brace, come on.
Oh, no one. He's actually found another catch. This time it's a bigger one. He's got himself on top of Ramsey. He's caught on the high ground. He's trapped. He's surrounded.
Okay.
Now that's a good amount of clearance for VP to take this Roshan. And EG, we'll see if GPK heads over to look for a steal play. But this Roche
Van Brace.
It's the little things. They're doing this. This Roche should be VP's. EG not looking to contest this.
Yeah, this is exactly what VP has to do. EG was basically trying to stall them by creating pressure mid, and the goal for EG there is to do exactly that without the that's right. That just means they overextended a little bit too hard. VP did a good job of punishing it. The game plan remains the same for both teams, but this is a huge step in the right direction for VP because the issue was Ursa playing alone was a risk, but with the Aegis, not nearly the case anymore. So he can go for maybe the Basher instead of the BKB, which will give them an opportunity to get kills they previously couldn't get. And suddenly 1 or 2 kills on the Sven, maybe. We can see a drastic turn, but they are going to have to kill him sometime in the near future. Otherwise, this might get too far out of hand.
Yeah, RTZ still staying a solid 3,000 gold ahead of anyone in the game at the moment. As the Sven with the Midas, about 500 away from having the full BKB on the Echo Saber. So still hitting good timings, but VP now having that window of opportunity to get something done with the Aegis. And continuing to do a good job of holding onto this mid tower. We're still yet to see EG try and pressure that.
I've learned the way to overcome inferior team fight is to just have way more items than the opponent. That's what you learn if you watch our TZ stream, because approach every single game as we see VP looking to make something happen before that happens.
Let's see what they can get here in terms of catch. No one going in on the front of the smoke looking for a target. RTW is going to jump over towards Fly. No one. He's looked on the backlines. He's tried to find GPK. The vacuum wall comes down to 2 of them counting off as well. Coming out onto Crit. GPK trying to drag in the dragon. The Blood Bright's out. VP, they're able to step to the side of it. The Blood Bright will miss as Crit goes down. ILTW surge forward. He's held back by the Yules, giving space for Ramsey's Fly and RTZ to retreat. Now get away. RTZ. Look at them poking back on this. The stun into the Blood Bright will catch RTW, but again, a surge from Rezo takes RTW just far enough away back to safety.
And this is all because the majority of EG's net worth was on a Sven, who is 100 gold off of a BKB prior to that fight. So even though they're up by 5,000 gold, EG has the heroes have innately inferior team fight. He's really trying to hit this window.
This is a hard catch here, GPK.
They have the Basher on Ursa, or why are they?
Yeah, they don't have a single stun here, do they?
What was the?
They just want to scare him off, get him out of the area.
That's sending a message, I believe, there.
I'll take that.
As he's off and away. Still this 5k advantage for EG. Now it's going to be their turn to try and make the moves. They know that the Golem's down. El's Dragon Form also unavailable, so a good window to try and hit VP whilst their team fights offline.
That is a funny game. I see Ursa on a Strength Van Brace, and I see Sven on an Agility one. That's,
I mean, the Sven on the Agi one, I can always get behind.
I'm just saying, like, you know, it's kind of weird, right?
I know, yeah, I know what you mean in terms of the stats that they fall behind.
It makes sense when
Agi
you
Van
think about
Brace
it.
for the most part. That's the way to go on these cleave heroes.
Yeah,
You clear the camps quicker.
yeah, because you're not worried about how much damage per hit
No,
you're doing. You're worried about the
how
number.
many
Yeah.
damage, how many
Quantity over quality here.
The amount of times you have to explain the maths to people that don't understand. But the maths definitely checks out.
The math checks out
math
because
checks out.
you're not killing the creep for exactly 1,000 damage, right? Say the creep has 1,000 health. If you do 1,050 damage,
Exactly,
yeah, you
Brian.
don't care that you missed 10 damage per hit. You know, we just we're both on the same.
If you
page
imagine
here.
a creep, there's 20 HP, 10 damage with Agi, you need 2 hits.
Yeah,
You have
you get
11
12
damage with strength. It takes 2 hits. Which one are you doing the attacks quicker in? The Agi one.
That's true.
Simple maths.
That is simple
You
math.
folk at
I would
home.
have probably
Yeah.
used like the 1 and 2 damage or something. You know, I think your numbers may have been a bit too high for everyone to follow.
I
I respect you trying your
You
best.
know, isn't it? No, it's just they understood.
Yeah.
They learned something today.
I hope so.
There we go. Now what? He's going to find a jump. Oh, it's a big jump. It's not easy. They found him. He's got the BKB though. He's going to pop it. He's now going to try and turn. He's going to go straight over towards Science. Science falling over the gold straight, but he's able to roll away. Science is going to live it. RTW is in onto RT.
Wow.
He's dead. They've got the Sven, and now RTW is charging over for more. He's over on towards Ramses. Ramses is bash. The Bloodseeker's dead as well.
This is the story of EG's games.
Oh, VP with 2 massive hits there. Taking out Arteezy at the start of the fight. The Sven's dead.
Yeah, because he got that Aegis on Ursa, he gets the Basher instead of the BKB, and he's just better at fighting with barely any items as Sven this game. Look at the supporting cast that he has compared to the Ursa. Ursa's entire kit, or excuse me, compared to the Sven. Sven's entire team is all about like debuffing and countering VP's heroes. None of them actually enable the Sven other than maybe the Bloodseeker's Blood Rage, but that's really doesn't change anything about what problem Sven has, which is being vulnerable to Ursa killing him and getting kited. He's trying to hit people, but Earth Spirit goes in, then he just rolls away. You know, they have a bunch of slows that they just lay on the ground and nothing to enable this Sven. So VP doing a great job. We talked about the team fight weakness of EG's draft, and this is exactly why I believe Secret kind of made Bloodseeker look broken, because they were so far ahead that the enemy team couldn't take team fights anyways. And I think this is where the weaknesses of Bloodseeker kind of manifest themselves.
VP with, I mean, that move there, very nice. I mean, no one, you're given the opportunity to find these initiations. He's going to get them and in straight again. Blink stun in on the mid lane on towards Ramses. Ramses needs help and he needs it fast. He's able to use himself up by a little time of safety, but straight back over side. Him with the roll. Ramses is gone. GPK's got to zip out of there. He's getting low on the mana. Has to continue to break himself away. Goes for the TP out. Zayt's is on the hunt. Won't find him. GPK's able to TP out in time. But VP, they're punching hard now, and EG's starting to get seriously shaken up.
This is the power of Darkseer, man. The hero's just so strong. Like, how do you go on anybody? First off, they can get searched to get saved, or he's just a Greaves carrier. Greaves this early on are super powerful. Yeah. That Warlock would have gone down otherwise. I keep comparing the two offlaners, but you just see this Bloodseeker with the Yules and a Veil, and you compare that to the Greaves of the Darkseer. It's the team fight presence is just not even remotely close. And they have to go on Warlock, right? Because if they go on anyone else, they get Golem.
Oh, hello. Arteezy, he's bashed, he's falling low. Golem's down, it's on the 3 of them. Arteezy's got to run, his BKB running around. Now he's going to try and turn. Goes in onto the edge, and they've got the silence down to RTW getting where the blood break will burst him. Ramses gets the double kill, but Arteezy's down. No one resolution, and Solo's still strong to fight. GPK's out of mana. He's got to get out to the side. They'll look towards Fly. Fly will step out. Ramses trying to get back in. Cripple the combo, catches Rezo inside of the blood right. Rezo's down. It's a triple kill for Ramses as he heads charging straight towards his old captain of Solo, looking to the Warlock. Solo's trying to run, but Ramses, he's on the hunt. As Solo cannot escape this man. The setup's there with the Yule Scepter. He's even going to let the kill go over to GPK as GPK comes in for the final touch onto him. As this time round, EG, they lose Arteezy again at the start of the fight, but they have a solid turnaround. Ramsey's able to get a huge amount done there with VP just fighting in such a grouped up area there deep in EG's jungles.
Yeah, suddenly this Bloodseeker is going to be close to getting Greaves of his own. So that advantage that VP's holding, like I said, that window is going to close fast. They were really blowing through the door in the mid game there, being down by, I believe, 6K a few minutes ago. Then they brought it all the way back to 2K. Now it's in the 3-4K range.
It's up and down a bit. I mean, this is kind of what you want to see, a good bit of back and forth now between the squads, 15 to 15.
Yeah, nobody is just falling over and letting the other team have it for sure. This is the type of game we haven't really seen too much last day or two.
No, last few days we've had a lot of just straight up stomps. This is not one of them.
I really didn't think it was patch related. I feel like people are trying new things, and when you try something, it's usually pretty volatile. It either works out incredibly well, like Secret did, or it flops miserably, like OG did. Yeah.
Have a nice intro pickup for RTW. Grabs the Paladin, all the destruction. That's a beautiful one for either Ramses or Arteezy if he wants to carry that. The Bloodstone should be pretty much done on GPK.
I believe it is done. Yep. He just got the Kaya and he had the soul booster already, so it just has to be delivered to him. Yep, there it is.
Let's see if he starts to get the charges. I mean, so far, GPK, I don't believe he's died this game. Right, so, 3-0-8. He's had a very good play so far. Mid lane, he's ready to start picking up those charges. Get one straight up from Zayat. Zipping over to see if he can find Solo, but Solo's already backed by the rest of his teammates. EG, they've got the space there with start hanging on to the tier 1 mid. The team fight for VP nearly fully back up, just waiting on the chaotic offering from Solo to come back online. Should be there momentarily. Can they push EG away without it? Fade up one's out. They won't be able to stop the tower from going down, so EG got what they came for.
Arteezy disassembled the Echo Saber into Orchid and then turning that Ogre Club into a Halberd. So they have 2 silences coming out, which is really important. I think that the Storm isn't the only one that can catch the backliners. I like that recognition by Arteezy, because he is going to be the one that he can't really go on the same target as the Storm, so he needs to be able to make sure that target also can't defend himself.
GPK, he's going to try and start things off straight away onto Solo. Looks to eliminate the Warlock, goes off to the side, but Solo will fall. And it's pretty big, you know, getting these little kills like the Warlock. He's the man ready to drop the Golem, and he's gone for 40 seconds.
Will they see the Roche? That's the question, because it's not 100% up, but it is up right now.
Yeah, check it with the Courier. EG's going to catch a glimpse of it.
Do they think the 25-second window is long enough? If at the very least they know it's up, they do have control, and they have the double damage.
Okay. And they've got the God Strength as well if they want to pop it to do it that little bit quicker if Arteezy gets over.
Plus Blood Rage, 140 attack speed.
Yeah, they're doing it quick. They're doing this one quick. This should be Aegis and Cheese for EG as VP not quite prepared to contest this. They didn't have any vision themselves down in. Nothing on this side of the map from VP. So no vision upon this. EG's able to get in. And it's all there. It's Aegis and Cheese to be picked up. Aegis for GPK. And I imagine Cheese going the way of Arteezy. As VP they smoked up, it's just a little too late. Not really much they could do now with this move.
Yeah, suddenly the ball's on the other team's court here, where Ursa earlier could go for the Basher instead of the BKB. Usually around this stage in the game, the Storm would have to go for a BKB, but he's queued up the Ags instead, and that's just the power of the Aegis going over to the other side. It lets you go for these more luxurious items, delaying the BKB such that you can have the 10 seconds even longer. Jenkins was talking to me about this, that if you Veil Blood Rage plus your 15 talent, you one-shot melee creeps, which I saw there that the melee creeps lived with about 1 or 2 HP, so it looks like around the 29-minute mark that stops working. But, you know, don't quote me on that one. Okay, guys, feel free to do your own homework. That just shows how much spell amp comes from Blood Rage.
Yeah, it's
Veil,
an insane amount, right? If you're even just getting that close for a section of the game. Crit playing the ward here, and it's a pretty good ward hit. It's going to see them all. He's been spotted. Oh!
I think for a second he thought that was Arteezy, but then he realized quickly it was Crit up there.
Crown time there with the quick reactions.
Spider Legs is one of the best neutral items for Tiny, because Tiny loves playing these, like, taking these awkward paths, the indirect angles at the fight, being able to play high grounds like that. It's just something you can't do with only a Blink, right? And if you have a 4-stab, you can't really afford to spam that 100 mana cooldown, or 100 mana cost active just to check cliffs and everything. So Spider Legs, super strong here. I remember I play against Schofield, man. He is the most annoying Tiny player to play with Spider Legs. That guy is super obnoxious. So Crit, I'm sure he will be equally as obnoxious as he queues up a Solar Crest for himself and then a Vlad. So instead of having the heroes that naturally amp the Sven, they've decided to itemize for it, which I like a lot.
Here we go. Let's see what they can get with this smoke. ILTW, leaves the target, pops the enrage immediately. EG, they're going to continue to commit, drag him back with the Vortex. Arteezy popping the God Strength, but the VKB's out from ILTW. Holds his ground, goes straight for the TP after being ruptured. Doesn't want to try and take this fight now. And they're cool resetting. That was the God Strength used, so they can just get ILTW back on the map. And maybe look to try and bounce while the Arteezy Sven isn't at maximum power.
Yeah, VP might look to see that window where the BKB for the is back, but the God Strength is not. He does still have cheese, though. But the thing is, Sven honestly isn't really a threat without that God Strength. The new builds nowadays, you don't really build any damage. You just rely purely on the amped percent damage that you get from the ult in combination with all the stats that you do build. He elected to go for the S&Y rather than the Halberd because I guess he just didn't think he was a good enough deterrent for the Ursa. More about enabling his game, thinking that that's the best way to do it rather than disabling the Ursa. Who is surged up. BKB back off cooldown in 10 seconds-ish. Is he going to get the Midas as well? Save that creep. What are you doing? No, it was right there. Okay. Small creep, it's fine.
He's still not using that Midas. Whoa.
We all saw it, man. We
were all waiting.
I like the Force Staff by Resolution because against the Spin, especially if the Ags eventually comes out, you can't dodge it with anything, right, other than Blink Dagger, so he's going to make it so you can relocate yourself in the middle of the fight. LTW.
We're going to see, EG try and fire. Still 20 seconds with no ult on the Sven. No one's found the chicken point to crit on the backlines. We'll get silenced. GPK, he's gone straight in. He's just gone straight in.
This is such a GPK move based on what I've seen about Storm. It looks like he's trying to force the engagement, though.
Okay, he's going to have that second life, but the BKBs are out. GPK, he's just dead a second time.
Don't say I told you so.
No, he's coming in with a buyback. They're coming in with a buyback. There's RTZ plus the BKB. ILTW. Oh, GPK.
Oh, my God.
Oh, coming in from a mile off. Redeemed.
Okay.
Absolutely redeemed himself there. That was the plan.
That was calculated.
Sort of lull VP into the belief that, this is the GPK Storm that we've seen being played before, and then buyback, zipping in big time, triple kill for the Storm, all going to plan for GPK.
Yeah, they got me with it too.
Yeah. I can guarantee the whole chat was probably filled with GPKex.
Yeah, that was an immediate turn from Kex to Pog.
Yeah, sure. to GPOG-K.
Yeah. I will say that Darkseer had absolutely full health. And GPK has an enchanted quiver. He ball lightninged on top of Darkseer, hit him one time, and Rezo died. That was
how much it was.
That was a lot of damage.
Yeah.
That was a ball lightning purely from base, and that is some scary burst. But I do believe he should double back for a BKB. At least that may be in his best interest. But based on what I've seen from GPK, he is a big non-BKBer, which he indeed goes for the Lincolns. Considering the main threat to be the DK stun.
It is, right? It's the longest stun.
They have Burst Spirit and Basher, though. So they have other ways, but that is the most reliable setup that VP has. But he has a Halberd on DK, actually.
Oh, that's easy.
No ult.
He's out.
BKB.
See? Yeah.
Ursa's not here yet. Golem was on cooldown. No way to cancel that BKB ult. Or BKB TP, excuse me. Abyssal Blade almost done. My LTW is going to have it. So the Lincoln's also nice against that. Maybe that was even more so what he had in mind on the Storm Spirit.
CP trying to have a crit. They're going to be able to do anything to save him. He's trying to get out with the invis, but the dust is on him. Crit will slowly but surely go down. Zay's trying to see if he can catch anything further on the way back to base, but Fly's already out of there.
Yeah, suddenly, even though they got that favorable engagement that puts them up by an extra 4,000 or 5,000 gold for EG, this Storm has to be very careful, because if he dies, VP pretty much reigns control of the map for the next 2 minutes at least.
Yeah, and if they have the Outer Dragon form online, they can take the base of the EG pretty quickly with their push.
Smoke Ward, they had the sentry on the ground. He sees it play, so he immediately, he has a gem, excuse me. Immediately freaks out and backs off. Sven almost level 25. Ursa also hits his level 20. Kind of expected though. Sven, when Midas got it earlier than the Ursa did, also just naturally hits more creeps than the Ursa does.
Yeah, and he's been playing split from the scene in that first sort of 20 minutes. RTZ, whereas ILTW as the Ursa's just been having to move around with the whole squad.
Like the Dual Scepters this game, really important against Sven as well as the Ursa. It's not really a defensive item against Sven, it's more like you Yules the Sven, because like we talked about, you can't Yules dodge the Sven stun when he has that talent. Double damage, bottled up.
All right.
I mean, Lotus Orb's a big one too from Resolution. That's a big timing because it's good against Rupture, it's good against Stormhammer, it's good against Storm Spirit. Other than the Tiny, everything they have is countered by Lotus Orb.
Yeah, they're going to have to be very careful in this next fight, EG. GPK and RTZ. If RTW gets on top of them with the DD, he's going to be able to kill them off.
He's going
GPK in particular.
On RTZ. The thing is, both carries want to go Satanic because they're dealing with Halberds, but I think, and Yule Scepters and such, I think it's better for Ursa here, because if both Sven and Ursa are Satanic, I think I would favor the Ursa in that, like, man battle to the death. But he is going to get it a bit later, obviously. Farm slower, as well as Sven already working on his earlier. Blood Rage on Storm. I haven't really seen that come into play with the Spell Amp. At least, maybe he got Spell Amped when he Ball Lightning, but I didn't see it earlier. Are they going to hit the Tiny Toss? No one's got to be careful.
And they're trying to start something. There's the zipping, but no one pots the BKB. Tries to turn with the stun, but GPK zips straight back out. No one goes for the TP out. They've got nothing to cancel it. He's away. But now the rest of the VP, they've been left behind. Crit chasing down GPK in on top of Resolution. ILTW's going to turn, look towards Crit, but with the rest of his BKB in range, ILTW, he's getting out of there. He knows that this is a fight loss for VP as EG there in with the cleanup. 2 kills for them.
You can tell they haven't played against Bloodseeker in like a year, because you can't just walk high ground against that hero. I think no one realized. He's like, okay, I'm sitting at 2/3 health. What if I just get tossed? Like, what if I just get thrown into the base? I have to BKB. Okay, now that I BKB, what now? I guess I have to leave. And suddenly VP is caught with their pants down, and EG's trying to take absolute control of this map before the next Roche spawn.
See what they can get. Big zip from GPK. He's managed to find the target. He's traded on to ILTW. They got follow-up to save him. He's getting burst slow. They've got it. GPK with the catch. As ILTW out for 75. Buybacks coming out for the 2 of them. They'll drop the counting offering. They want to punish GPK whilst the man is low. But GPK, he's got enough mana zip. We'll find him with the rolling forward. He's got the silence as well. Jump ball for no one. They managed to lock him down as they break through the link and stun him in position. GPK now out of the game for 2 minutes. It cost them the 2 buyback tier VP.
Detection?
And they found Fly just in time. Cancelling the TP. They'll take him out slow motion and top Zayat. He's on top of Ramses as well. Ramses, has he got enough control? Zayat, another Yule's onto him. They did end up finishing off Fly. A roll forward from Zayat. The Shadow Word will kill off Ramses. As it's a big window, there's no Storm Spirit for 90 seconds. As his buyback still on cooldown for 2 minutes after that big play earlier.
Get back to the GP Keck.
Oh, mid. I'm trying to tackle the dragon here, Arteezy, but he's not beating this dragon on his own. Arcane Rune fan as well, and there's the man in question, Zayat's. Big plays there, catching GPK. And what are we seeing on the Roche timer? 10 seconds away from finding out how long the respawn's going to be. We'll see if it's going to be the shorter one for VP.
I think that's the 10 seconds till it spawns.
Is it to... Oh, yeah, right. It is up. It's up.
They barely missed it.
Yeah.
Courier. Okay. Crit scouting it out. That's a crit courier.
EG note. Will VP check it out themselves?
Hello? It's right there, man. You have 40 seconds, man. They're too predicated on the money. I understand that. I understand the distraction. It's bling bling, but Ursa's probably going to leave himself in there.
They're going to be able to get this.
He failed the leap. It's going to take him an extra little 5 seconds to walk around. If they barely don't kill this.
And this is the 3rd Roche, right?
Yes.
So what
Ag, a refresher.
Well,
Both are very good. Well, they got the axe. Will they give it to Ursa, DK?
And you're probably giving it to DK?
I would think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Ursa's nice, but you still can't ult out of silences and hexes, which is the main way they're going to bring him down anyway. So the Ags on Ursa wouldn't be that great. It's pretty much cooldown reduction. Compare that to the Black Dragon of no one, and that's an easy decision, I would say.
All right, VP able to come in with a big push now. Aghanims on this Dragon Knight. Elder Dragon form ready to go. No one level 25 with his BKB, AC Halberd, and then the extra buffs from the Black Dragon form. He's going to be very hard for EG to kill.
He's also got the 4.5 second stun for Dragon Tail, which is plenty enough to kill anyone, I believe, on the side of EG. Even with that status resistance, still going to last 2.5 seconds on the Sven. He's got level 25, the Storm Spirit or the Storm Hammer, cooldown, and Dispel, as well as the damage from that ult. It's such a game of pins and needles. Both teams can just immediately shred somebody if they catch them out. But both teams also have the items to save their teammates, as Arteezy's using an illusion escape, push the mid lane. It's annoying, but I'm sure they notice it's not cleaving. So, do you think they think it's real?
I was waiting for the golem. Slam down a chaotic offering.
I love it when you see that, where you've been hitting this illusion, you're like, I'm just trying to clear this for a wave, and your support comes in and just fingers it.
Yeah.
You're like, excuse me? As VP smoked up. Oh, he has the ninja gear on Dragon Knight. That's a big deal.
That's nice.
Movement speed as well as the catching people out.
Exactly, yeah. His jumps on GPK have been what sets it up most of the time. The level up. Very nice item here for ILTW. But
Yeah.
he doesn't want it.
I
Just
think he
kidding.
needs the Paladin sword.
You think
He
the
doesn't have
life
any
steal's
life
bigger?
steal. Yeah, he did. Once he
Is
gets
it when they've got
satanic,
Vlads on solo? Does that not know?
you can't really rely on that, I think. The thing is, you have to be absolutely full health at all times. Even if you're just farming creeps, you don't
Yeah.
want to be taking 200 damage and going into the fight, just because every little bit counts against heroes like Storm, Tiny, Bloodseeker.
Actually, people, I imagine, is the DK not taking the leveler?
At that point,
you want to hold it for the high ground
I would
push.
say someone should have it in the
Yeah.
backpack. I'm surprised more
the
players
buildings.
don't do that. Yeah, exactly. You win the fight. The Ninja Gear has already served its purpose. Why do you have it anymore? It's basically 20 attacks.
You know, what are you going to do? Smoke gank a tower, you know?
You could.
Oh, yeah, you could.
It does reveal you itself, though, so. Enchanted Quiver on fly. Passed it off from the Storm.
And he got
Does go for the
GPK.
BKB.
He's got his BKB now.
The thing is, they still have Blink Halberd stun from DK, so he has to be quick on his fingers to react to that.
And if they can break through that Lincoln's, they have the Abyssal. So here we go. Oh, hello. That's Bear getting tossed in deep, but he's instantly able to run himself out of there. Can he enrage? They're going to try and go in onto no one. The Chaotic offering drop down to keep us in the vacuum. Oh, it's out onto the floor. The RTW's in onto Fly. He's going to fall on the front lines as he goes down. Ramses as well, also going to die as Ramses has gone for 80. Deep inside of the base, they will manage to kill off Zayats in return. A buyback comes out from Fly, but a big wall combo there from Rezo shakes the fight up, gets them the kill on a core, and also gets that buyback out of Fly.
Wow. Here I am. That damage from Bloodseeker, Rupture plus Toss is just so scary for them to ever go high ground, but at the end of the day, they end up getting a tier 3. Not bad at all. And EG looks like they want more.
They want to try and catch them off guard whilst their own Bloodseeker's dead as VP. They don't expect this. To jump in onto no one.
Cheese and backpack. Satanic.
He's trying to heal. It's not enough heals from the Satanic alone, as that's no one out for 100 seconds. You can see they're short on the buyback by 2,500 because of that recent big purchase and something that EG might be able to read with the items that this DK has. They may just realize that he hasn't saved for buyback.
Since they don't have Golem or Wall, I also think they're not afraid of being punished if the DK does buy back. They can just walk away. So I think EG is 100% going to look to get as much as they can.
And what can VP do to stop this? As you say, that the team fight ults are down. They don't have the tools to throw anything at Arteezy. 30 seconds as well, and Arteezy's going to have God Strength from BKB ready to go again.
And he has the Minotaur Horn too, so an extra, I believe, 1.75 seconds of magic immunity there. More so, I consider Minotaur Horn like a dispel. You know, he gets silenced or hit by, or it's 2 seconds now, I guess they buffed it. He gets silenced by Earth Spirit, he gets Fatal Bonds. It's just a way to remove it without having to pop his BKB.
Yeah, and they know now there's no buyback on this DK. They're pushing on. Wall's going to get dropped down. Again, there's nothing really to follow that up.
Free spend for Enchantress there, just enchants the...
RTW, he's trying to poke at this. He has been Lotus, still trying to play around with the ball. The Aegis does come to an end. They'll zip in. RTW pops the enrage. Arteezy trying to stay in on the targets. Goes in with a stun. Straight in on a resolution. The Silence as well. Silence rolls forward. Arteezy able to turn with a bash. The Earth Spirit's been caught. Solo's found as well as Crit gets it with the Avalanche.
That Sven is such a different hero with Axe, man. You ain't kiting shit anymore.
5 seconds until no one's back up, but the time has been there for EG to claim a second set of racks away from VP, now at 14k. That's all. He's in with the TP. He's managed to send Arteezy. They managed to drag the two of them in. The counting offering's back online. He drops down over the two of them. GPK, he's dead. Arteezy, he's stunned. He's going to die as well. They couldn't get out of the base in time. Fly tries to TP out, but Resolution kills him off with the final bit of magical damage. They couldn't get out. Now, I mean, sure, they got the 2 racks, but VP, they're up in full force. They're going to start coming straight down the mid lane. There is buybacks available on RTZ and GPK, but VP, if they push this, they're going to be very able to get these buybacks out of EG.
Yeah, you do have to be very careful, though. This is quite different when we reverse the situation here. I talked about EG going high ground, and if the enemy team buys back, they can kind of just walk away. I don't think that's the case for VP. So even if they force the buybacks, that might not be good enough. They might just feed because they don't have their ults, and they have the chase potential from Storm, Bloodseeker, Tiny, which we'll see if EG either prefers their buybacks or prefers their base.
So how careful are you being here if you're VP? You see one buyback, you're instantly out? What are you doing?
Yeah, you are 100% saying, okay guys, don't go too deep. We are just hitting buildings. If we go too deep and they buy back, we will just feed.
Go for a second set?
Yeah, looks like they're confident. They're pushing the issue.
There's the buybacks. Bo coming out. RTW is going to be tossed in deep. Zebedee trying back to take it with the Abyssal Blade. Gets on a quick shot. RTG goes forward, but he's been disarmed. The BKB pop. He focuses himself on RTW. The cheese is popped. RTW turns. He's getting the bashes. RTG's going to run. He falls back for this. Drop back by the RTG's dead. He's out of the game for 2 minutes. Ramsey's as well in trouble as ILTW beats him down. He's gone. GPK, it's over. It is over. VP will take this game 1.
Wow. Team fight reigns supreme, man. I'm gonna stop betting on the team that's favored in the lanes, unless it's Secret, because Secret seems like the only team that can turn that favorable laning stage into just an absolute slaughter. Because everyone.
$1,500 gold. He actually is going to go straight into the pipe here, opting to tank up even more. Rolling $1,500 gold. He actually is going to go straight into the pipe here, opting to tank up even more.
Rolling boulder from Seth misses again, but there's the best bomb, and this time Ohio's in trouble. Roar will come out, they have the magnetize, they get off the silence as well, and Ohio will get right click down. The exorcism will go from Mushi, doing a decent amount of damage to that aggressive. The Borislow comes through, he has no infest, he has the armless toggle, needs to be careful, the Spirit Siphon coming out, the glimpse back onto aggressive, gets him back in there. They get the Grave off in time though, the open wounds will come through, they have the kinetic shield. There's the black hole, from the low ground, on to 3, Step as well as them are gonna get chewed down. 3 dead. Mushi gets a double kill. DJ, are you kidding me, from the low ground?
DJ, God, the crowd, he just goes insane as he hits the black hole of his life. And
Likely could just give this one up. The vision advantage with the Hawk does help. But nope, they're ready. They've actually got a smoke. They can bypass the Hawk with this, but
there's no way they take this in time. Fnatic need to get out. Mushi is going to be stunned by the boulder smash. They're going to come through. Showit looking for Ravage. Can't find it. Mushi pops the BKB early. Aggressive blinks in. Pops the rage as well. Still has his BKB ready to go. They really want to contest this and take it down as quickly as possible. They get the refresher for Ohio. It's coming out. Double Roar is ready. Can they find a kill off of this? Maybe he's walking up with the Silver Edge. Ohio's going to get caught first. Ravage catches onto 2. Black Hole counter initiation. Static Storm on top. Aggressive is low. They get up to Static Storm. Showit pops the refresher. It's not enough. Maybe he's getting chewed through by mid 1. They get up the Roar. They'll lose 2. They'll lose 3. They buy back on the Tide. He's got another Ravage. They have no buyback on Maybe. What an initiation from DJ.
Secures another kill, and Tongfu is going to continue to push. They're not done. Mech still hasn't even been used. There's a hook. How? Brought all the way back to the base. Cleaned up by the fountain. And waddles his way back to the front lines.
Well, like I said, it does waste time, but they kind of need it. I mean, they need to be able to just eliminate somebody from the fight, very similar to what Mu can do for Tongfu. So if he had been a little bit farther up, he would have been able to throw the hook, but the thing is there was a range creep in the way. There it is, yep.
Banana going for a ride on the Dindy Express. Welcome to the well. Aegis goes to Tongfu. And now charging back out. Dindy gonna be spotted, and he doomed to Chen. That's a much better choice. Oh, he got him! He got him! Not gonna follow it all the way because we got a battle to watch with Puppy. Trying to get away from it, gonna be telekinesed back. And they will be able to get him as well. There you so a 1-for-1 trade. And wow, Hal is still alive down there. Engagement breakout as Kuro. Oh, there we go. The hook got him. Zhan Xing taking the long ride to Shanghai. Welcome home. Navi down. Can you say mega creeps? Navi, he got him. One more. This is what you call one for the road.
Man, I can't.
For the game for IG.
Who leads the way? I believe it should be Zoe. They're going to cut for the shorter path. They storm up the river. Patience from Zoe. Waiting in the wings. Navi's about to be caught. Oh, there's the sleep. The surge. He catches everyone. Oh, this could be a total disaster. Vacuum in. Ravage on everyone. The black hole as well. Light of heaven turns it around. Ravage as well. Stolen by Dendy. Are you kidding me? They turn it around. 4 heroes dead.
5 heroes dead. Chuan trying to survive. Chuan's gonna go down. Puppy talked about the Naga counter. It's light of heaven with this BKB. They turn it around. I don't even know how they're gonna do it. Standing ovation from the crowd. The last tower will be going down.
Start the fight with that global and just try to blow up and get on top of that Zeus right away. Get into that backline. I mean, the Rubik and the Zeus are really starting to be quite an issue for them.
Chalice is in with the opener, straight in with the lasso. The tower will fall, but they'll drag back the Ember Spirit into the torrent, cut him down with the Tidebringer. He's dead, but on the side. They find Arme. Arme's dead for 60. Still alive at the moment. Oh, the use! The dodge! Anna up into the end, dodging the Echo Slam. Somnus, he's trapped here in the Sprout. OG, they'll slowly punch down the Kuka. The Stolen Fish and Jerax sets up onto FY. OG!
But this PL will continue just to BT split push this game out, get more and more money. And that, for me, is still the biggest problem for Evil Geniuses. Where do you go with this? Fear needs to have that damage-dealing item. But in order to do so, he's got to drop either his TP scroll or sell the Ring of Aquila. And Samel, blink, Dragon Tail stun. Garda's going to be here with the hookshot as well. Laguna fight Samel. The Cogs Burn bought them a little bit of extra time. And with Samel down and no buyback, Roshan is a very, very juicy target here for CDEC.
Yeah, EG are going to know they're going for it though. First of all, it would be pretty obvious from the lane situation, but they also have a good ward around the river area to see that CDEC are moving in there now. I don't think EG are interested in contesting this 4-on-5, but maybe they can delay it long enough for it to be a 5-on-5 if they Ice Blast and Fissure properly. There is no hook shot.
They're all together. PPD, here comes the Ice Blast, ready for the dodge! In from Universe! It's a disaster! CDEC! They're gonna get wiped from the face of the earth, apart from aggressive. He'll jump out, but the wombo combo perfectly hits from Evil Geniuses, and now they will take Roshan. Samel is back, they'll get the egg into the Immortal.
OG right behind Arme, gets the jump, finds the Pugner. Vision will not find the stun. Pugner with no buyback. OG, they were really playing with fire. The Hex down the Terrorblade. Spectral Haunt looking for the front line attack, but that's why Somnus goes into the back line. The BKB, they're into the back line. Shaker, he's bouncing around. Hawk shot, she stuns on the way through. ES is gone, no buybacks available. Have LGD done it? They're holding Anna, hold him in place. Chalice will find the damage, F5 will die for it. No, really? Anna is actually running away, but it won't stop Arme from blinking up, looking for the tier 3 tower. 2 players left alive for OG. They're the big ones, however. Thompson and Anna on the defense duty. Fortification. It's delayed as much as they possibly can. And now the jump out. Hex, the boy in the bubble. Thompson able to be protected once again. Chalice very, very low on mana. They have a lot, but Arme, he'll change the life with Anna. Thompson needs to be pushed away. Able to do so. FY jumps onto the illusion only, so the hookshot won't be able to connect. But Anna, he needs to retreat. There's so much damage. Anna down. Buyback is available. They still have not taken the mid racks. OG are just trying to delay LGD for the moment. 5 heroes around. The bubble is there protecting the melee racks. Anna, Sunder! Once again, the Sunder switches to life. Arme's back up to full health, but the damage from Thompson, it's good enough to kill off the bait. Buyback is there. Somnus leads forward. They just keep bunching them around, but they're still battling from inside the bubble. Pugner will come to the world living LGD. They're going for the GG push. They're going up the tier 4 towers. OG, they have to hold the line. They have the numbers. 7 from the side with a Dagon Arme, but no! Sunder is back up. It is there. Chalice will fall. They lose the Enchantress. FY pushing around Anna. He's so low. Can they get the die back on him? You bet your Nelly they can. Arme still very, very low. The blast will kill him off. But buyback. LGD want this now. LGD, or can they? Backing up? No, they're not. Terrorblade. BT's forward. The ball is up. Thompson needs to defend. X-Nova very visible. You've got a very, very low life Marana. But OG, they can't find the target. X-Nova, he's got the grip. He's got the control. He's got the kill. Thompson is down, but ES is up. Where? The Echo Slam. Oh, there it is. Forward. There's your slam. There's the dunk. There's the play. Jirax, the the savior of OG!
1,500 gold. He actually is going to go straight into the pipe here, opting to tank up even more.
Rolling boulder from Step misses again, but there's the invest bomb, and this time Ohio's in trouble. Roar will come out, they have the magnetize, they get off the silence as well, and Ohio will get right click down. The exorcism will go from Mushi, doing a decent amount of damage to that aggressive. The Borslow comes through, he has no infest, he has the armlet toggle, needs to be careful, the spirit type coming out, the glimpse back onto aggressive, gets him back in there. They get the grave off in time though, the open wounds will come through, they have the kinetic shield. There's the black hole, from the long ground, on to 3, Step as well as them 1 are gonna get chewed down, 3 dead, Mushi gets a double kill. DJ, are you kidding me, from the low ground?
DJ, God, the crowd here just goes insane as he hits the black hole of his life. And
Likely could just give this one up. The vision advantage with the Hawk does help. But nope, they're ready. They've actually got a smoke. They can bypass the Hawk with this, but
there's no way they take this in time. Fnatic need to get out. Mushi is going to be stunned by the boulder smash. They're going to come through. Showit looking for a Ravage. Can't find it. Mushi pops the BKB early. Aggressive blinks in. Pops the rage as well. Still has his BKB ready to go. They really want to contest this and take it down as quickly as possible. They get the refresher for Ohio. It's coming out. Double Roar is ready. Can they find a kill off of this? Maybe he's walking up with the Silver Edge. Ohio's going to get caught first. Ravage catches onto 2. Black Hole counter initiation. Static Storm on top. Aggressive is low. They get up to Static Storm. Showit pops the refresher. Not enough. Maybe it's getting chewed through by mid 1. They get up the Roar. They'll lose 2. They'll lose 3. They buy back on the Tide. He's got another Ravage. They have no buyback on Maybe. What an initiation from DJ.
Secures another kill, and Tongfu is going to continue to push. They're not done. Mech still hasn't even been used. There's a hook. Howl brought all the way back to the base. Cleaned up by the fountain. And waddles his way back to the front lines.
Well, like I said, it does waste time, but they kind of need it. I mean, they need to be able to just eliminate somebody from the fight, very similar to what Mu can do for Tongfu. So if he had been a little bit farther up, he would have been able to throw the hook, but the thing is there was a range creep in the way. There it is, yep.
Banana going for a ride on the Dindy Express. Welcome to the well. Aegis goes to Tongfu. And now charging back out. Dindy going to be spotted, and he doomed to Chen. That's a much better choice. Oh, he got him. He got him. Not going to follow it all the way because we got a battle to watch with Puppy. Trying to get away from it, going to be telekinesed back. And they will be able to get him as well. There you so a 1-for-1 trade. And wow, Hal is still alive down there. Engagement breakout as Kuro. Oh, there we go. The hook got him. Zhan Xing taking the long ride to Shanghai. Welcome home. Na'Vi is down. Can you say mega creeps? Na'Vi, he got him. One more. This is what you call one for the road.
Man, I can't.
The game for IG. Who leads the way? I believe it should be Zoe. They're gonna cut for the shorter path. They storm up the river. Patience from Zoe. Waiting in the wings. Navi's about to be caught. Oh, there's the sleep. The surge. He catches everyone. Oh, this could be a total disaster. Vacuum in. Ravage on everyone. The black hole as well. Light of heaven turns it around. Ravage as well. Stolen by Dandy. Are you kidding me? They turn it around. 4 heroes dead.
5 heroes dead. Chuan trying to survive. Chuan's gonna go down. Puppy talked about the Naga counter. It's Light of Heaven with his BKB. They turn it around. I don't even know how they're gonna do it. Standing ovation from the crowd. The last tower will be going down.
Start the fight with that global and just try to blow up and get on top of that Zeus right away. Get into that backline. I mean, the Rubik and the Zeus are really starting to be quite an issue for them.
Chalice is in with the opener, straight in with the lasso. The tower will fall, but they'll drag back the Ember Spirit into the torrent. Cut him down with the Tidebringer. He's dead, but on the side. They find Arme. Arme's dead for 60. Still alive at the moment. And all the use! The dodge! Anna up into the end, dodging the Echo Slam. Somnus, he's trapped here in the Sprout. OG, they'll slowly punch down the Kunkka. The stolen Vision Jerax sets up onto FY. OG!
But this PL will continue just to BT split push this game out. Get more and more money. And that, for me, is still the biggest problem for Evil Geniuses. Where do you go with this? Fear needs to have that damage dealing item. But in order to do so, he's got to drop either his TP scroll or sell the Ring of Aquila. And Samel, blink, Dragon Tail stun. Gala's going to be here with the hookshot as well. They're going to bite Samel. The Colt's burn bought them a little bit of extra time. And with Samel down and no buyback, Roshan is a very, very juicy target here for CDEC.
Yeah, EG are going to know they're going for it, though. First of all, it would be pretty obvious from the lane situation, but they also have a good ward around the river area to see. CDEC are moving in there now. I don't think EG are interested in contesting this 4-on-5, but maybe they can delay it long enough for it to be a 5-on-5 if they Ice Blast and Fissure properly. There is no hook shot.
They're all together. PPD, here comes the Ice Blast, ready for the dog! In from Universe! It's a disaster! CDEC! They're going to get wiped from the face of the earth, apart from aggressive. He'll jump out, but the wombo combo perfectly hits from Evil Geniuses. And now they will take Roshan. Samel is back, they'll get the egg into the Immortal.
OG right behind Ame. Gets the jump, finds the Pugner. Vision will not find a stun. Pugner with no buyback. OG, they were really playing with fire. The Hex down the Terrorblade. Spectral Haunt looking for the front line attack, but that's why Somnus goes into the back line. The BKB, they're into the back line. Shaker, he's bouncing around. Hawk shot, she stuns on the way through. Is gone. No buyback available. Have LGD done it? They're holding Anna. Hold him in place. Chalice will find the damage. F5 will die for it. No, really? Anna is actually running away, but it won't stop Arme from blinking up, looking for the tier 3 tower. 2 players left alive for OG. They're the big ones, however. Thompson and Anna on the defense duty. Fortification is delayed as much as they possibly can. And now the jump out. Hex, the boy in the bubble. Thompson able to be protected once again. Chalice very, very low on mana. They have a lot, but Arme, he'll change the life with Anna. Thompson needs to be pushed away. Able to do so. FY jumps onto the illusion only, so the hookshot won't be able to connect. But Anna, he needs to retreat. There's so much damage. Anna down. Buyback is available. They still have not taken the mid racks. OG are just trying to delay LGD for the moment. 5 heroes around. The bubble is there protecting the melee racks. Anna, Sunder by once again. The Sunder switches to life. Arme's back up to full health, but the damage from Thompson, it's good enough to kill off the bait. Buyback is there. Somnus leads forward. They just keep bunching them around, but they're still battling from inside the bubble. Pugner will come to the world living LGD. They're going for the GG push. They're going up to the tier 4 towers. OG, they have to hold the line. They have the numbers. 7 from the side with a take on Arme, but
Radiant's turn to ban.
Exact item build. It's always the same thing. He goes,
same.
no upgraded boots. Yeah. He goes Orchid. He goes Bloodstone, and it puts you into positions where you can get lockdown stunned, and you're lacking some damage because you don't have your attack speed for that Orchid.
This isn't to throw shade on him, but if you're always doing the same build, that means that you haven't perhaps experimented enough, right? With different games, different builds, to figure out which exact build fits in which exact game, because you don't usually build the same things on every hero in every single game. Especially if you're mid, if you're Storm even.
Yep. Very important to keep in mind as it looks like we are about to jump into game number 2. And we'll have to see if we're going to see any new faces in this draft. We had
they
some...
moved it up. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They're going to move. They moved the Arc Warden ban up because now I think they're probably like, okay, maybe he's just getting desperate to the point where they're just going to first 2-pick Arc Warden.
Magnus this time banned out as well. I think it was touched, right? In the last game, in the first series, in the first banning stage.
Not the first banning phase, no.
I don't think later on as well. I was wondering. However, left in the pool instantly by Virtus Pro. Yep. It's Phoenix, man. This hero is just good. It's just solid.
I mean, I thought that maybe, you know, as somebody who obviously knows not nearly as much as any of you analysts do, but, you know, you see the patch notes come out, and you're like, we're going to see a little bit less Phoenix?
Nope.
Does not seem to be phased at all by it. Pretty much a first phase pick every single time. We're going to see the Ench again on the side of EG.
Every nerf that happened to Phoenix, there's a way to circumvent it. There is a way to play around it. Like, he got, first and foremost, he got mana nerfs to Fire Spirits. You just start the lane with a Mango, or you bring yourself 1 Clarity. It's not a big nerf.
No, it's not.
Then your strength gain, I think, and the damage has been nerfed just by a circlet.
Slightly, yeah.
It's the literal difference if you're playing it as a core, which most teams are doing right now.
And then Sunray got 4 seconds added, I think, to it, but
yeah.
You know, that's not going to just change the entirety of the hero. The combo
plus it's Zayat's 3.
And it's Zayat's, that's true. That's a good call.
His, like,
Absolute
On one
favorite.
side, you have 35% win rate Storm. On the other, you have 70% win rate Treant Protector. Right, that's some good stuff.
Not a numbers guy, but that sounds pretty good.
Okay.
7's a pretty funny number, but let's take a look over at what's paired with the Ench. How do we feel about EG and their first 2 picks?
It's strong. I mean, Ember is super strong. That's a GPK hero right there. As soon as you think about it, this guy's his Ember is definitely better than his Storm, at least in most of the situations. He's just more
any
comfortable.
Spirit that he plays is better than his Storm, or has had a better win rate.
Has shown better. Has shown better result.
Yeah.
I think it's strong. Definitely, it's a hero that accesses those back lines. It's good. These at least Phoenix and Tree, they're pretty low armor early on. Sleight of Fist is actually pretty obnoxious. Lack of control. Overgrowth is the only thing now to catch December from these 2 supports, more than likely.
That Overgrowth plus Meteor Hammer perhaps from that might come super handy for Virtus Pro, because when there's some Treant Protector players, you watch them and they overgrowth, they do the normal laning, Nature's Grasp, all this stuff, it's fine. But there are some that really excel at the hero. They catch you right at the moment when you've used your Yules or Manta or BKB, then they follow up with the Meteor Hammer and they change the pace of every single team fight.
And they split push super annoyingly. And that's Zayat. I've played with him, I've seen him play a bunch of times this tree too. He just pops out tree for 1 second, Meteor Hammers the waves, walks away. He forces your lanes in and forces you to react to this tree a lot of the time, if he has a good game.
Yeah, and it's even easier now, right? You don't even need the Meteor Hammer, you just pop that Nature's Grasp and that's it. The creep wave is almost dead. You hit it a couple of times and go away.
And it's the combo, the Overgrowth plus Egg. They're going to hit the Egg, you pop Overgrowth, they all stand there looking at the Egg all shiny, and they're like, oh god, it's gonna pop. So,
which is also crazy because just a few days ago, you can see how different teams are approaching the meta differently. Just a few days ago, we had that Viking versus Liquid matchup, in which Viking was playing too fast for these combos that Liquid was having, right? They had Mars Phoenix, and they just picked heroes that ran circles around them, and they didn't care at all about these big team fight spells. But now, versus Pro, they're doing the same thing, and versus some different team, it can work.
Yeah, I think it also, you very much feel where we're at in the league as well. I think a lot of teams are very much starting to kick it into high gear over the next couple of days when we do start to get to the place where you're not just in groups anymore. The elimination is very much going to be right in front of you at pretty much every single step of the way. Meta definitely starting to push forward a little bit here.
Yeah, I like you mentioned that though. This Ember Enchantress, this is all about fast, right? Play fast and don't play around the cooldowns of Virtus Pro. Try to force the issue.
That's something that Viking did with Wisp and Spirit Breaker as well. Just constantly in and out of team fights.
I like this.
Objectives.
Yeah. I like this Darkseer ban. I think it enables Ember Spirit to do Ember Spirit things. Ion Shelled Ember runs rampant. And they won't have a lane that probably can deal with it with
Phoenix and Tree.
Phoenix Tree, you're not gonna be able to pressure and protect versus a Darkseer.
Phoenix, you won't die, but it's not like you're going to control the lane or help out your position of 1. If this Phoenix is still considered position 5, because Rezo can definitely play that hero.
That's true.
It still can be the offlane for them. Phoenix offlane plus Treant, it's a pretty strong lane. Okay.
Ban the DK this time. That's interesting. Banning the DK when you have the Ember. Something I don't think I ever see really, because people just match Ember versus DK and you farm. You're in a free farm in that lane matchup. So it's definitely interesting, but after seeing the last game, right, I guess it can make sense.
You also make sure if you're EG to ban out the Storm Spirit. Just if you get tempted, maybe if you get tempted to pick it, you deny yourself that opportunity. It's not about this matchup. Storm versus Ember.
No,
it's
not
self-control.
Not that Ember loses the Storm really hard or anything in lane, but
you're on the diet, you don't leave a cake in the refrigerator.
You can't hold Fly's hands behind his back. He's too strong. He's gonna lift them all up. Just ban the hero.
Dude, get it out of there. Let's see what we will actually see now that Temptation is out of the pool. Do you double
crit
down?
hero? Right? You want your crit hero in particular?
Okay. I was going to ask if you try to double down on that aggression that you're doing.
The Clink's Ench.
Clink's Enchantress.
Well, weren't the Ench changes just straight up to affect Clinks.
Yeah.
So how, with the changes, how do these two actually play together?
It's still a lot of bonus HP. Like these creeps still have, they don't have 2,400 HP centaurs, but they're still going to be like 1,700 health centaurs. It's still, when he eats them, it's insane.
They basically got some less HP but more armor, and like you said, initially it was used just to nerf the Clinks. It will happen here. He won't have plus 400 damage, he's gonna have plus 300.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit less HP and damage that he has. It's still strong, but what I'm seeing right now is EG not picking teamfight again. Last game, they had very little teamfight. This game again, this Enchantress Clinks, this is no teamfight between these two.
By the way,
really.
if this Phoenix is off lane, this lane can get rough for Clinks. If he's on the safe lane and you're playing versus 3 plus Phoenix, from that level 3 they have insane kill potential on both Enchantress and the Clinks. This lane isn't that strong at all. If you just combo these two, but they won't. They'll put the Earth Spirit, it seems like.
Okay. So it is going to be the core. Actually, I mean, it could still be core Trinity, right? Technically.
Yeah, it should be Earth Spirit Phoenix.
Should be Earth Spirit Phoenix, right? Yeah.
It's the same. It's literally the same idea. Like 3 and why is he strong on that lane? Because he can reach the Clinks from the trees. Earth Spirit doesn't even need that. He's just rolling boulders into him. So the general idea stays the same. I don't think the lane is as strong, but it's still it has a lot of potential.
They do have low armor, right? Enchantress and Clinks are they're gonna harass a lot. So. But yeah, I mean, I'm seeing crazy team fight from VP and EG. They're gonna have, I mean, right now they're just gonna have none.
Somewhat similar of what we had in game number 1 as well.
Somewhat similar, but I feel like they have even less this time around, because at least like Tiny Forbidden provides you some stuns, Sven Carry provides you some type of disables, but their last 2 picks I feel like have to give them some type of fighting. And after I saw that last game, like they were taking so many fights in VP, we could see when they had their ults, like they were doing really well around it. So unless they just go all in on the splitting up and looking to split pressure.
If you're looking at this Virtus Pro lineup already, you'll know that Evil Geniuses, they need to get these early BKBs or Mantas or something, right, on most of their cores. But both of these don't really like to go for that early on, right? You don't want to Yules, I guess, on Ember, maybe?
Yeah, Yules on Ember could definitely still be a thing, because he's playing versus those Silence in the Root. But
Clinks might suffer if he gets caught by the tree by Phoenix. There we go.
That's the team fight and that's the control. All right, I think they were looking and they're like, okay, we actually have like none. This is going to provide it. All right, so that's okay. Crit playing the Shaker. I've not gotten to see Shaker too much lately. I know it's been on the rise in pubs. People have been talking about it a little bit more again. Curious to see this one.
This lineup versus Pro just looks very solid.
Yeah.
Drow Ranger, okay, you are playing versus Clinks and Ember. They can get on top of you easy, either by the Skeleton Walk or by Ember just remnanting in. That's a problem. But you have a lot of frontliners here. Literally every single one of these three heroes on the side of Virtus Pro, besides Drow Ranger, is a frontliner. Can stand up front, can soak in the damage while she does her work. So I like where VP is going so far with their draft.
Yeah, and it's like Clinks, sure, you can have your evasion thing when you're hitting, when you're strafe, right? But you just pop multi-shot.
Yeah,
you don't care. Drow multi-shot will go right through that Drow versus that Clink's evasion. So provides them a silence as well versus Ember. I mean, kind of liking what VP's got this time around. EG's looks a bit strange to me. But we can never forget it. The Clink's Enchantress can still be insane, because those two, especially, I mean, it's gotten nerfed, but when I saw that Alliance series, they lost with it that game, but they had this Clinks that had 5,000 HP and was hitting for plus 500, which was crazy. But
I'm thinking now, like, usually when you pick this Shaker as a position 4, you also pick it to combo it with an offlaner that needs a Shaker, right? And you can see Virtus Pro, they banned out the Timbersaw, obviously because of the Drow, right? It just crushes her. And also the Beastmaster, which could come in handy for EG, as all of them benefit from the bonus attack speed versus the Phoenix Egg, right? So that would be really good. What other combos? Because these two aren't even that great combos with Shaker. What other combos can they have in mind for their last pick? Like your Bats, Pagnas, Necros aren't really that great here.
No. To get onto Drow, I'm not sure. I'm not sure for EG. I'm not sure what the pick will be.
That does not happen very often. Year of working with Fog. Not very often that he doesn't have something up his sleeve. And now we'll have to see how VP rounds out their draft, but I think they're in a position where they definitely have a little bit of wiggle room on the side of EG. Not something that anybody expected to see, whether or not Ancient Clinks is going to be something that can carry the game. We're going to find out very shortly here.
Oh man,
Wow.
that looks so. Look, they have so much team fight. They have great ways to fight around Roche, which that's what they've been playing around a lot. This is a good lane too. DP versus Ember. This is gonna put the Ember a little bit on the back foot too here. I really like VP's draft.
You don't exactly have save for that Prophet, but the way this lineup works allows you to be aggressive. You don't even need save, because if you go on top of that Prophet, you'll find yourself magnetized overgrowth and you'll have a Phoenix egg on top.
And I'm looking at this Ember. It's like, sure, we didn't have 2 stuns from our opening, the Tree and the Phoenix, but then silence on Earth Spirit, silence on Drow, silence on Death Prophet, and control from their Spirit.
Nature's Prophet is good for them though. Like, this is pretty solid. They do have wave clear, that's something that they do have, but their offlane combo, like Shaker and Nature's Prophet, if that is the offlane combo, should do fairly well versus the Drow Ranger. Plus, you can always summon 3 to...
For VP to potentially throw this away. They have a lineup that's strong on all fronts. If you were EG, how would you play this game?
Try to smash the lanes. Like in particular,
all lanes.
Like it's going to be a lot based for me for what Crit's able to do. This Earthshaker's movements from mid from bottom to mid, it's going to be super important for them to actually do well in their lanes.
Smash the lanes, sporadical movements across the map. You have Ember, Clinks, Nature's Prophet.
You're fast.
You're very fast. You have global potential from the Nature's Prophet, so you can be on multiple places at the same time, making 2 moves like identically.
So the idea is be as many places at the same time as you can be, but there's only one place that we want to take all of you guys right now, and that's straight into the game.
Yeah, thank you, Rich, and we'll get right there ASAP as we get ourselves ready for Game 2 of VP versus EG. Brian, you've seen the drafts again. It looks like another time round where VP, they're going to have the superior team fight, something that really came to their favor in that Game 1, despite how close it was, and in fact, how much of a lead EG did have in the early game. I mean, what do you reckon about the outcome of this one? Fog, you seem to be a real big fan of VP's lineup. Do you agree?
I'm a Drow fan. I'm going to keep saying it over and over again. The only game I've seen Drow lose is to Secret when it was down like 5,000 net worth at 7 minutes. And that was a Drow mid. I think Drow is incredibly scary. They gave absolute last pick to Ramses in the offlane. I personally, you ask me what I want to play offlane when I see a Drow, I really don't know. Prophet's one of the best options. And you said, they have overwhelming team fight on the side of VP. EG had the Shaker going into last pick, and they decided to drop that plan of potentially team fighting stronger than VP and said, okay, we're going to split you up. We have 3 mobile, 2 off-map cores, and a Prophet to push lanes, right? Or you have an off-map Clinks Earthshaker, and then you're going to have Ember, Prophet showing in lanes. It's basically all EG to have superior, I just want to say faster map movements, such that if VP is ever able to walk down a lane with 4 or 5 heroes and not be pressured elsewhere, they can kind of just do whatever they want, I think. So the tempo of the game is going to be heavily decided by what EG does with their moves, because I think VP will kind of just have walk down lanes as their actual move, because with Drow Death Prophet, that's pretty much all you got to do. And they just say, hey, dare you to fight into us? We have Tree ult, we have Phoenix Egg. It's very hard for EG to ever actually commit to a team fight.
Now we'll look at some of these lane setups that we've got coming out. No one this game on his mid DP against the GPK Ember. I mean, how are we going to see this one go down between the two?
I think it favors DP, maybe like 60-40. I think both heroes get what they want, but at the end of the day, Ember's way of threatening you is being up in your face, and Death Prophet loves that because she just Spirit Siphons you. And Ember doesn't have a way to actually break that Spirit Siphon, other than just walking away. But DP doesn't really kill you either. So I think it really comes down to if DP can get an earlier level 6 even slightly, right around the 5-minute catapult, and look to pressure the tower. Maybe with an Earth Sphere rotation while Ember's still level 5. I'll be keeping an eye out for that myself.
Obviously some early damage being done by no one. GPK gonna turn things.
He already uses nuke.
Not gonna get lucky with the change though. Catches onto the creeps.
Never lucky.
It's Just this continued pressure here. No one's going to be able to dish out. Bottom lane, so as you said, Prophet, one of the better laners against a Drow. And does this mean that ILTW is going to have a rough time?
No, there's no such thing as a rough time in the safe lane, at least. The only time I saw Drow lose was mid.
Yeah.
So I'm a firm believer, at least, especially when you have a support like Tree, who's just going to be in front, right? He's going to tank the hits for you. And the thing is, if you overstep even slightly on the side of EG, you're eating Frost Arrows, and you're eating the Tree first spell, where you can't move. So you have to be very careful here, is even though Ramses is level 2 and the hero should do absolutely fine, I don't think there's such thing as actually shutting down a Drow safe lane when played properly.
We'll see it here. Attempts onto him, but the Fisher from Crit will split him apart.
Yeah, that was well played by Crit there. Had to do it. Ramses can just TP base and come right back. That is one of the things about Drow, is she usually wears you down. Just this war of attrition where eventually she's hit you enough times that you can't give yourself enough regen. And one of the reasons why Nature's Prophet is one of the best matchups against her, because of that, utilizing his TP cooldown as effectively, an Ember Spear Remnant and just coming right back to base, or coming right back to lane.
And this mid lane, still very close here between the two of them. 12 for 3 against the 11 for 1. No one having that slight edge.
I like that he used his nuke to get the last hit so that he could deny the range creep at the exact same time. So it's kind of funny, but he used a nuke to effectively get a deny. I like that. I like the little things mid laners do, because at the end of the day, if you get an extra 3 or 4 denies in lane, that can make or break these tier 1 mid laners and the timings they have. Because right now you see he's on pace to get that level 6 slightly before GPK, being 4 denies ahead there. And at least from my knowledge, that's the most important part about this matchup in this specific game.
On top lane, continued pressure here onto RTZ. Still been able to pick up the CS though in this lane, 11 and 2. In fact, may even find a killer as they'll turn towards Zayats. Living Armor coming out to help him out, but it's not enough hit as RTZ claims first blood here on the safe lane as the Clinks. And this hero, the Clinks carry, I mean, what is it that this is going to be able to achieve for EG? Why go for the RTZ Clinks in this game?
I'll be honest, I think they used it as like a pseudo egg hitter, but unless he goes like Manta, I don't really see how he plays this game, because he's going to BKB and then he's going to get overgrowth, right? In fights. So I think they have a really good lineup for playing on map with the Ember and Nature's Prophet, while he gets to play off map. So he's like a +1 to the heroes that are setting up the pushes and ganks for him. Clicks is just a lot of damage, right? He's like a bounty hunter that instead of giving his team track gold, does a ton of damage. And I'm surprised they went for this combo, because they nerfed the crap out of it in the previous patch that was 2 days ago. As Fly looks like he's going to be going down. Does indeed. Will they get the retribution kill? Body block from Zayat.
RTZ might just have this.
That's enough, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so EG gonna continue to be very happy with this setup. Doesn't matter if they're losing lives up here as long as it's not RTZ's, as RTZ's finding kills in return. Bottom lane, RTW and Solo will find Crit. Ramsey's gonna get RTW in time in return. He will. So Ramsey's able to find the trade here on the bottom lane.
If that's really important to bring down the Drow, even just once, it slows down the snowball effect of the lane. And the nice thing about Nature's Prophet is a lot of offlaners want to stay in lane for a bit longer when they're level 6. And Drow, when she gets level 6, she just out-trades, out-bullies any hero in the game. But Nature's Prophet, happy to move around the map during that time. And then a hero like Earthshaker can just take over the lane and get some levels when the Drow pushes it in. As Fly, he's in the no-fly zone, as they will take him down.
Yeah, no difficulty at all for no one to get the damage done against Fly. This stage for the Cypher making the quick moves around this 5-minute bounty bridge spawn. So we get the bottle refill. And Zayats can turn to look back towards top. Definitely getting to be a hard lane to play into now though with RTZ. They're hitting the 6. He's got the double Wraith bans. And as we've seen the last 2 times, they have got aggressive up there. They have ended up feeding kills away to the Clinks.
Yeah, the Clinks Enchantress combo, the level 4 enchant lost 700 health on the creeps, and used to also be able to Helm Dom creeps to give them more health, and that's not possible anymore. So there's no more of this 500 damage, 700, or 3,000 health for the Clinks. But by no means it's an extra 500 health when he gets to max level on the Death Pact. So it's nothing to scoff at, but it's not nearly what it used to be. It does take the haste rune crit does. That was very fortunate, as he is level 6 on Death Prophet before that of GPK, but he just gets it now. So that small window they had, he had even showed up on Earth Spirit to try to punish it, but they know that that is no longer doable, as he's just going to let that catapult fall to the tower. Maybe he'll look... No, he actually just went 303 on Death Prophet. Probably went for that level 6 skill point the second he saw Ember at 6.
I'm gonna see if they can find something with the move down to mid. Yeah, may be able to catch out Ramses or at least crit.
Seems like a pretty volatile lane bottom. Kills back and forth. They're trying to tilt that in their favor because that'll kind of decide who takes the first tower.
Well, they've got 4 heroes down here, VP. With no one in sight. It's coming in with a wraparound. Ramsey's trying to lean in on Solo as EG get aggressive, but there's the surprise from VP. No one in sight. It's coming in from behind. Solo, is he going to fall? Will go down, but not before VP are able to get the kill first onto Ramses. Tips out as well here as VP start to make these moves, and as was talked about in the panel, this is where VP's at their strongest in this game. If they start making moves as even just the 4 of them, it's going to be very hard for EG to fight back.
Yeah, you can learn a lot about Dota watching these teams' movements, because the Death Prophet pressures mid tower. Like, she's the one that's naturally going to press towers on the side of VP, so EG commits a ton of resources there, and then vice versa. Nature Prophet pressures the towers, and VP ganks him. So both teams very aware of what enemy heroes are representing what threat, and doing their best to slow down the timing windows of everybody. The DP doesn't get mid, the Prophet doesn't get bottom. Everything going according to plan for both teams in the sense of the defensive aspect. You know, if both teams had failed that, we'd probably see a dead mid tower for EG and a dead bottom tower for VP. Zayach, level 4 on Earth Spirit, not too bad. But at the end of the day, all 3 cores on EG, 3 of the top 4 net worths. This was kind of the story of last game too, though, right? Where VP has the stronger team fight, while EG wins the lanes. But GPK is not on Storm Spirit this time.
No, bit of a different one. Still a Spirit, nonetheless. Well, yeah, definitely a hero that's not quite had as unfortunate of a win rate as the Storm has had for him here this land. It's crit. As we saw earlier there, that was the kill. They managed to get the 2 of them. It's no one underneath the tower. So playing, Rezo playing aggressive, feeling confident now he's got the egg. Also with the backup of Zayat, so they come in, they've got the lockdown onto Arteezy, holding him underneath the egg. He's trying to turn and kill it. Won't be able to do so before he ends up going down himself. So, I mean, this guy, honestly, we saw it in game 1. This man's Earth Spirit, he always hits the spot, you know, he's always there.
Arteezy was a tad slow to recognize the situation there. I've been all too familiar with this spot, as we do see no one just dive and crit in the mid lane. Should just take him down. The Spirit Siphon being a ton of damage.
He's getting a lot of kills. And bottom lane again. Ramses goes down. The dive forward onto Rezo. Rezo trying to run away, but Fly is punching in. They'll take him out. GPK going to see if he can dive in for Solo as well. But Solo, he's back through the tree. He's juking it out. GPK, can he clear it out with the Remnant? He's popped one down, but not really enough mana to play for this, as he has to go for the TP back to base. Fly turning over towards Zayat, but Zayat has Solo coming over from the side. There's the jump back in from GPK, coming in as he's refueled from base. Solo actually dropping the ult here, just continuing to try and waste the time of the 2 of them. Ramses comes in with the TP.
Space.
Solo turns with the last bit of life to heal up the tower, but he will still fall as EG get the kill.
Should be a tower for EG, but VP doing all they can to protect this. EG even being forced to fortify their own creeps.
I mean, mid lane
secure this tower.
VP's taking the tower here, mid, or at least putting pressure on it. No one with the ghost. It's going to warrant some reactions from EG. Now Fly's a little scared of coming in.
Only level 4 on Earthshaker, no Echo Slam yet. As those 2 towers do inevitably fall for both squads, but both teams did do the necessary movements to slow down that process. But I would say this game's playing out about where both teams are happy with what's happening so far.
You see if they can punish no one. Arteezy coming out. Just get the silence on the 2 and then tries to turn with the Cyphers.
Wow.
The 3 Cyphers, they're keeping him alive. No one's going to be able to get himself away from that entire move made by the complete squad of EG. They will still dive on further forward, still looking for no one. No one's still running away. They catch him with the chains. They will be able to find him. Yeah, go pretty deep though. Can VP punish this? Dive forward from Resolution over towards Flyers. Fly ticks down to the Fire Spirits. VP will find 1 in return. Crit level 6. He trapped them in with the Fisher. Zayat's now caught in by the Sprout. EG, they'll claim a second. GPK with a double kill. The persistent pays off as they just dive in, find the 1. Maybe even looking towards Rezo. Rezo's a little tougher as he has the egg. Up top, ILTW straight out with the TP. They haven't got the damage between the two of them to get him in time.
Midas on Clinks, huh? Makes sense. Similar to Ursa. He's going to have to participate in the game, but he also needs to scale. So I like this option for Arteezy. Pretty much mimicking what ILTW had in mind from last game. Earlier on when Arteezy died, it's this funny feeling you get in these games where you're like, I'm a level 7 Clinks, super farmed, have my ultimate online, and this level 6 Phoenix is running at me. And then you realize about 5 seconds too late that you're like, oh, he's got help and I'm dead. And it's funny with, I think the same thing happened with No One there, where he sees this level 6 Earthshaker walking at him, and he's like, and then suddenly there's just 4 heroes on top of you. This feeling you get as a core when you don't think a hero should be running at you. This usually means something's up with the rest of the team. As VP was trying to get something done with a smoke there, had the Death Prophet ultimate on cooldown, but it looks like they are just thirsting for some kills. Maybe just trying to slow down EG's map control snowball, because the kill threat from EG's heroes is significant.
Yeah. I was seeing here with the
low cooldown too.
And with a single target they can dish out.
Yeah, the only cooldown they rely on is Echo Slam, and right now, since he doesn't have a blink, that's a very small factor for deciding when EG can be aggressive or not. But Crit's getting some space to farm his blink. That's really important.
I might even find a kill to add to this as they'll look towards Solo.
Pump faking the fissure.
Solo also pump faking the overgrowth. We'll finally drop it, but he's going to go down here as Crit walks in. Easy slam.
Yeah, he didn't want to fissure and then have the overgrowth be able to be used to disengage or TP, which was really cool. I like that. Because then the Earthshaker wouldn't have been able to walk up to him before he TP'd away. Very funny mind games going on there, bottom lane. As Zayach might be setting up on Ramses, assuming that Crit probably left after getting that kill. So maybe he'll wait for Solo to respawn. Maybe he'll get a single TP. He's getting a TP from the Phoenix as Ramses is playing it cautiously, but they could potentially catch him.
And they're TPing over towards the mid lane to try and defend as well, VP, but EG's diving in. They got the chains onto No One. No One. It's going to turn his attention towards Fly, trying to chase, but the enchant will slow No One down. Crit's also around with a Fissure available, so No One cannot commit any further. They'll be able to hold on to the tower though, pushing EG back for now.
Working on Yules on GPK. Pretty much the only way they kill him is silences and the root from trees, so he's pretty much invincible as long as he has that Yules available.
They've definitely got to be careful though with just the quantity of silences, right? There's going to be ways that VP will be able to catch people on the way down after they've removed that silence for the Yules. Let's just checking out the pit area. 500 to go for that Yules on GPK, so until that moment in time, he's got to play careful. Find himself a DD though for the next fight, bottled up. As this goes on, continue farm for Ramses as he's the man leading the way this game on his Prophet. Also getting a lot of space down here on the bottom lane whilst VP. They are starting to make moves towards him, Rezo. And Zayat's on the hunt again. But I see Ramses playing this very smartly. It's very hard to catch him out, and his farm looking good. The Orchid's going to be done at a very quick time this game as the Prophet.
He knows he's the primary target. He's going to be taking the most aggressive farm. Clinks is going to be farming the triangle, and then Ember's got a Yules queued up, so he's the easiest target for VP that matters, is what I mean by the prime target. So Ramsey's very smart about his showing on the map or not. He knows if he were to just farm that lane that he would be food for the VP supports. Something that takes a lot of game sense is knowing that you want the farm bottom, but knowing you're not safe enough to farm it and just standing there until the opponent eventually sows somewhere else such that you can do so. It's hard to have that discipline. You see those creeps in front of you and it's like,
yeah,
gold.
You want to touch them, you want to get those kills, get that money. But if you do, it could cost you your life. As EG, they've got the 3 big pickups now across the key players. The Yules on GPK, so he can play more aggressive. The Blink Dagger on Crit, and the Orchid on Ramses. So they've got all the tools to make the plays now against VP in this early game.
And they got Midas on Arteezy, so we can farm for next game. Am I right?
That's the dream. And after that, Midas, as we saw, going for the Deso on the Clinks. See mid lane. coming in. They're going to try and get in onto GPK. But I won't find him. He's out with the remnants. Have to make sure they get that initial connection. And even then, as we say, with that Yule's done, it's going to be hard to really finish him off unless GPK is overstepping the mark, getting aggressive himself. Another bottle of refill for GPK. And so with the Deso on Arteezy, he's still going to be quite vulnerable, right? Like, is he going to be able to get away with this? Not going for any defensive item early on? Or is that a risk?
It's come down to the way EG starts fights and the way they play the map, right? Right now, they're orienting the map in a way that Arteezy always has one or two ally heroes in the path between him and VP. So the only way they can punish the Deso is if they manage to smoke and find him. Like, he knows VP's playing bottom right now, so he's safe. Like, even though usually this is the most dangerous part of the map because this is where the opponent plays, it's the opposite in this case. He's just going to mirror the movements of the opponent team. And as long as he's actually queuing up the MKB.
Yeah, he's changed it up. Did have the Deso queued up earlier, but opted for the MKB instead. And Ramses. This is going to be a free catch here for VP, getting in on their side of the map, getting the kill on the Prophet. But yeah, the MKB just a favorable item decision this game rather than Deso in terms of straight damage.
Well, so minus armor doesn't counter armor, right? The more armor they have, the less impactful minus armor is. So Treant, living armor, very annoying to deal with as a Clinks because you're actually doing, he's gonna have leftover armor from the tree armor still. So that Deso, usually when it brings him from like 10 armor to 4, amps your damage by a ton, but it's different when you go from 20 armor to 14, for instance. As we see top lane,
I could get the roll in, but Crit's there with the counterplay, stunning the Luxembourg down. EG, they're losing Arteezy though. There's Sunray from Resolution, Supernova out as well. Arteezy just straight up dead. Zayas will end up going down, but VP, they're going to be able to find the two of them by the looks of it. Crit, is he going to get out in time? The Fire Spirit won't catch him, so Crit will survive. The rest of EG's turned up, silence out, onto Resolution. They're blocking him in as well as Rezo will fall. EG will make sure that they get vengeance there for losing Arteezy. They take the 3 lives of VP.
Yeah, it's different when VP's kind of forced to scramble to save somebody else. That was an Earthshaker plus Clinks engaging onto somebody. Might have looked like EG took a little bit too long to get the kill, but even though they lose Arteezy in the process, they lose both supports and the offlane on the side of VP. And the MKB, not only that about the armor, but it's also a bit of attack speed against the Fire Spirit egg of the Phoenix, while the Deso gives you no attack speed. So I think that might have gone into his consideration as well. Drow's ultimate also gives her entire ranged team armor, because you're giving them free agility, right? So at that point, it might just be better to go for the proc.
Oh, a catch here. He has got his Jules to remove the silence. Necessary, there it comes. The side's got the follow-up stun. Oh, GPK's out. Remnant was placed out in preparation as he plays himself away. And EG actually going to try and hit back now. They're coming in with a 3-man smoke. Roshan's going to be the focus for VP as EG coming in. They don't have vision around this area. They may not quite expect this Roche to be going down. They're going to head over in time. It's falling quickly. They're committing the Ghost. GPK has spotted it out, though. So EG, they're heading over. Can they push VP out of the pit?
Sunray heal. I don't think they can engage into this. Can any bride, though?
Can anybody make a jump in? On the side, Arteezy turns towards Zayas. Will be able to get the kill, but the Roshan's got now. Aegis is still on the floor. Who's going to be able to pick it up? ILTW finally grabs it. Now with the dive across, Arteezy's burning down to all the fire. Arteezy just dies on the front line of the fight. No one, he's still keeping himself alive with the Siphon. Jules is up. He's back up to full HP. No one. They can't kill him off in time. They're trying to chase ILTW. The silence from no one catches onto GPK and Ramses. Jules control onto the Death Prophet. He's been surrounded. No one left behind by the rest of his team, and GPK is ready to try and dive on for more. ILTW tries to hold the high ground with the multi-shot, but they lose Resolution. So EG not able to stop VP from getting the Roshan, but they are able to come in and get 3 kills of it.
Never refuse gold.
It's a nice 6K lead it.
Yeah, it's weird. They got Roche on the side of VP, but they're actually losing out on
They lost that fight big time.
Yeah.
4 people dying subsequently. 6K lead now for EG. Only losing Arteezy at the front of that fight, but the other cores remain alive. Ramses at the top. He's going to have a BKB shortly done.
Yeah, long fights absolutely favor EG, because other than the Echo Slam, they, like I said, they're just all low cooldown. The VP, once the DP ultimate's out, once the Phoenix Egg, the Treant ulti have been used, their team fight's rather lackluster. So as long as EG is able to kite those initial spells, you're going to see exactly what happened in that last team fight. That Essence Ring being some some serious dividends for GPK here.
Healing power. Yeah, just constantly getting him out of tough situations.
It's just letting him save his Yules, right? Because you're instead of being at 400 health where you may be 1 or 2 nukes from dead, you're sitting at 800 health, completely comfortable to hold your Yules to the opportune moment. Just making him that much harder. Because like you said, when he uses his Yules, if he uses it a bit too early, they might just punish him on the way down with another silence. Halberd done on Rezo. He's quite farmed on the Phoenix. Bottom of the net worth of all the cores, but Phoenix just gets so much out of every item, it feels like. I say he's quite farmed. I don't know, it's a weird hero, because when I see Yules when I see Veil plus Halberd on Phoenix, I'm actually scared of that hero. Now, there's a lot of offlaners with just, 2 smallish items, and you're not too afraid of what they can offer in a team fight, but that Veil does so much damage, and if he gets the Halberd off before the Clinks can hit the egg, for instance, then suddenly that egg is not going to die.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in that last fight, Arteezy, he just melted to the damage output of Rezo. And Rezo does so much right now, to the fire of the Phoenix.
Okay, so look like VP is trying to make use of this Aegis. Drow pushing the bottom lane by herself as the team collapses into this lane. Will they catch Fly? Most likely. Well, he escapes just in time. I think the Drow kind of telegraphed it by showing in lane. He's like, why would this Drow be here? Team must all be behind her. As he has the Hurricane Pike plus the Grove Bow on Drow, so we basically have a sniper that hits through armor. Thank you.
Well, Zayas doesn't get the slow onto Ramsey still. Closing the gap on him. Ramsey has the BKB though. So can opt for the BKB TP out. And he'll do exactly that. Nothing to put a stop to that. The River crit. He did actually try and come across to help Ramses out.
This is the Phoenix.
Ramses didn't need any help.
Yeah, he missed the Phoenix with the fissure. He tried to get both and allowed the Sun Ray to continue channeling, and that's about a bajillion damage. I think that's the estimate I gave when I looked up the numbers.
That sounds pretty accurate.
Yeah. He actually died like full to 0 just to a Sun Ray. That spell's pretty nutty. It does more damage over time. I didn't know that for a long time. Like, the longer you hold it, the more damage it does.
Okay. Yeah, okay. No, it's... I mean, that spell just seems to do so much damage at all stages when it's at high level.
Yeah, any percent-based spells are deceivingly ridiculous. As Arteezy lost his courier, I think that had the MKB on it.
Yeah,
that's
it must
pretty
be
big.
He was able to get away as he was a little spooked out by Zayat showing in this top lane. Yeah, Arteezy, I mean, all 3 cores of EG still having very solid farm.
Yeah, he just has no mana regen, really, on Arteezy.
Yeah, and they don't have any mana boosts, I think, right, on EG?
I believe you are correct there.
So yeah, purely reliant on just getting these clarities out right now, Arteezy, to make sure that he's going to be able to play in the fights.
That 7-second Ghost Walk talent's pretty insane on Clinks. Usually you feel awkward coming out of your Ghost Walk if you've used it in the last like 5 seconds, but now that's a quality of life buff with that level 15 talent. Drow queuing up the Manta. Very nice game for Manta. The only thing that threatens him through Manta is the Earthshaker Echo, and I will be genuinely impressed if Crit manages to find LIO2W with that Echo Slam. As the Aegis does expire, will EG look to punish this at all? Appears like they're content to just keep splitting the map, out farming VP. Very similar story to the first game.
And quick TP's over towards mid. They want to try and punish, as he'll be able to use up. They catch him on the way down though with a further silence. Crit throws out a should have buy some time, but there's another silence. They've just got so many silences.
The TP from the DP was really important there. Yeah, if he didn't show up at that exact moment, he would have gone down.
Yeah, they needed that final silence from him, and now with the Yules to cancel Crit's TP. I mean, this is the power of VP's lineup. They can play very fast in return now that they've got these levels. They have their catches with the Yule Scepters. You can see that Arteezy, straight for the BKB after the MKB. Without the BKB, he's still incredibly vulnerable in these fights when he turns up as the Clinks. Comes Rezo. Not to start. He's got help coming in. He's going to pop the Supernova. Ramses, he's just going to commit with the BKB to take down the egg. Is it going to pay off? It is. Ramses, he's able to take down the Supernova alone. Turns over towards Zayas. No one. He's coming in from the back, though, with the Ghost as he's on top of Arteezy. Arteezy's dead for this. No one able to swing around, fight back with the Exorcism. And they've even got the creep wave in a good position down bottom. They can get some pressure onto this tier 2 as well with the Ghost if they want. It looks like they want to back off. They don't want to try and push in. 4 members still up on EG.
So it's kind of cool, this concept that EG had with their draft where they have a Clinks, right? He has Strafe, and Strafe gives you 100% evasion against ranged attacks. And then they picked the Shaker. So they said, okay, you don't really want to pick a melee hero to go on the Clinks because the Shaker can punish that. But if you pick a ranged hero, then the Clinks is very survivable against that. But Drow has multi-shot, which cannot miss. And then DP has Ghosts, which cannot miss. So both of these are ranged DPSers that aren't necessarily easy to Echo Slam, but they can still kill the Clinks through his survivability mechanic. I think it's just really cool to see like how precise these two picks have to be, or like the reason why they pick them, and seeing it play out there, even though they're still down by 7K, for some reason it just doesn't quite feel like that for the VP.
I think especially after we just saw what they were able to do in game 1, right, whilst being behind. You know, this is another game where they do have that similar ability to really get back in and still get themselves a win because of their lineup, because of their ability to fight in the full 5v5s, which we still are just yet to really see at the moment. This, for the most part, has been, you know, sort of 2s versus 3s. Now EG are starting to stick more as a 5 as they all come into VP's jungle. They've taken full vision control of this area as VP have no eyes on this.
Yeah, the way the game looks is usually determined by the lineup that's winning, right? EG has the very split push heavy, single target based lineup. They're winning, so we're hardly going to see any team fights if they can make sure that if they choose otherwise, I guess you could say, like, they don't want these fights to happen, because as you saw when the at the Roche pit, as if the egg goes off, the initial volley is very hard to deal with, but EG's done a great job of kiting it. Their itemization's great, especially on the Ember, the way he's playing up in front, so that VP's forced to pop their spells defensively. But as you see, he just wants to get in, but make sure he's able to get out with a Yules and a BKB, as VP's trying to do a little bit of mirroring on the map, pressuring top, but it is a tad late. EG's already taken bottom tier 2, also taken over the outpost. Very crucial, 28 minutes in, that 30-minute outpost experience. So if VP doesn't get to that top tier 2, they're going to get a double outposted.
That's a quick pressure here from EG straight down the mid. Living Armor helping out a little bit, and in fact enough to stop them from taking this tower for now. Jump forward for Zayas as he rolls in onto Ramsey, trying to force out a BKB. The silence from the Death Prophet catches the two of them. Ramsey's starting to get held low. He's still holding on to that BKB charge. They'll turn.
Goodness.
The Lotus setting up, using up GPK himself. He's trying to go back in onto Zayas. Doesn't get the root onto the Earth Spirit, only onto the Death Prophet. There's no one. He's actually dropping the Exorcism. He's ready to run forward. Ramsey's out with the BKB TP before Zayas gets in with the boulder. EG's starting to disengage. No one can he actually catch anyone here as he's charging in. Found GPK. He's got the silence.
BKB and a Yules.
Yeah, he's got multiple ways out of this GPK, so should be more than fine as he's out of there. And with the Ghost, though, they'll try and step back towards Roshan, but Roshan, the respawn's still not there for 40 seconds, so this Exorcism isn't going to do anything more than just scare EG away from the tier 2. They can't do anything aggressive with it.
And EG should smoke up right away, and they do. They are ready to punish this long cooldown. The GPK is doing such a good job of forcing the defensive spells out and then getting out. Really love his item build, love the way he's playing.
Let's see what they can find here. EG, oh, no one. He steps up, Crit. He's found the lead in with the Fisher, tries to jump forward, but ILTW's down the high ground. The silence catches out GPK. He's up in the air, back down. They've got the follow-up. It's going to force out the BKB charge from GPK. EG's got to be careful now. They weren't able to get the jump in they wanted. Fly's going to be left behind. Kicked back by Zayas. He's got the heals up. Forces to the side, though. Fly, can he outdo the damage from the burn? He can't with the Veil buff. He dies too quickly. Zayas rolling in aggressively here to the lineup of EG, trying to catch more for the side of VP. Can they get anything? He's been silenced on the side. They've isolated GPK. Another jump out to the side using both remnants to get out of there. Crit, he's come back in with the Echo Slam. It's enough to burn down Zayas, but now he's going to get burned himself. Crit will fall. So VP almost just totally prepared there for EG to make that quick smoke whilst no one hadn't got the Exorcism. And they'll be able to make sure that they're in position to fight back against EG, trying to look to abuse that opening of the Exorcism being offline.
Yeah, I think this game might fall into the hands of Ramses. I think he's going to have to be the one that just absolutely carries the crap out of this game. He's got BKB, Halberd, Orchid, queuing up the AC. Usually after that, you see like a Satanic Mjolnir, you know, or even Satanic MKB, Satanic Rapier. Just man the F up on the Nature's Prophet, because right now, the damage output for EG seems to be lacking. Clinks has a hard time doing the damage he wants to do, and even though VP's having a tough time forcing the issue and their net worth is slowly trickling away from them, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like anyone on VP dies. Like, they just have so much survivability. Even just the Ghost Scepter from from Zayach.
See around the pit, VP ready to commit with the exorcism. No one holding his ground. EG, they're up as 5. Can they do anything to stop this? Sprout out and Fisher as well, bringing no one down to half HP. Reza diving in deep. He's going to pop the supernova, trying to create the space for them to finish it, and it'll be enough. They take the road. They get the Aegis on ILTW, the overgrowth, holding Ramses in place through the BKB. The supernova successful. Ramses, he's trying to run up to the high ground, but the BKB comes to an end. Sides gives him a kick to the face as Ramses falls to the floor. They get themselves the Roshan, they kill off the Prophet. VP still behind in net worth, but continuing to make these strong team plays.
This is such deja vu.
RTW,
game, man.
He's run. Whoa. Okay. Maybe a bit of an Aegis bait. Can they turn this around? VP
still.
They're trying to come back in on this, but no one. He hasn't got exorcism. RTW from the low ground, kicking out with the multi-shot. RTZ and GPK commit with the BKB. No one buys time as he self-heals with the sleight of fist. Cuts him down. Zay's getting focused to kick over onto RTZ. BKB comes to an end. RTZ falls. GPK, he's just up into the air, comes back down. Another sleight of fist comes out, but they've lost 3. They've found 4. GPK gets out, but the Aegis bait, it worked out. ILTW just walks into them. EG, just like us, they're like, what is he doing? They get the kill, but VP, it was all part of the plan.
Yeah, that, I honestly can't tell if that was intentional or not. I usually try to give players the benefit of the doubt and be like, wow, that was a sick play, but maybe VP just helped ILTW more than EG thought they were prepared to do since the Death Prophet Ultimate was on cooldown. But I don't know, man. Klinks just can't stand toe-to-toe with this lineup. He doesn't do enough damage to bring anyone down instantly. And even though he has that strafe plus BKB, that Drow multi-shot took like half his health off.
And it's got to be a bit of a worry, right? That if you're EG, you've got these BKBs and you're starting to lose fights when the BKBs are their longest durations. Like, this game isn't going to get any safer for you because of the fact that you've gone for these BKBs as, you know, sort of this, in this early mid game. The game's only going to get tougher against this full magic lineup of VP.
Yeah, for whatever reason, the way they've reworked Drow, honestly, it might be all the base armor, it might be the stat gains they've given her. I'm not entirely sure, but she's a hero that used to have to buy BKB at this stage in the game, and now you just don't. Like, you can delay it till 3rd, 4th item at the earliest, and then you do damage through BKB as well. So people have to buy a BKB against you, and then you still kill them. So that's part of it that makes her innately broken to me. As Arteezy does eat that Klinks or that Enchantress creep. Didn't get to see how much damage he had, but I'm sure it's not nearly as good as it used to be with all those nerfs that came out to the Enchantress second spell. Still number 1 net worth is Ramses, but even when they were down by 11k, man, I don't know, something about this game tells me VP's kind of in control right now. They feel confident about this game moving forward.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They just had a bit of a better time at taking these big objectives, controlling Roshan. And we are seeing these team fights just, when they are in the full 5-on-5, favor VP each time.
Here's a Scotty on Drow, delaying that BKB even further, which is just a beautiful thing to be able to do as a carry. 10-second BKB at 45 minutes in the game can be pretty insane if you're able to prolong the purchase for that amount of time. As looks like Arteezy's looking, but he's gonna find no one. He found no one, but then he didn't. Okay,
I see what you did there, Brian.
Thank you.
That's an original one.
Yeah, very.
Well, here comes the smoke, VP. They've got all their ults ready to go again. GPK's got the full Aghanims. So a little better way to jump in and out, play around the long reach of the silences that VP's kicking out in the fights if you can double zip past them.
Or both sides are smoked, yeah. I say.
So he gets the jump. VP playing a little careful now that they know that EG's trying to poke themselves around this mid lane. And ZG will start to show bottom, leading the push with Ramses. VP may try and swing across on this, but there is the vision advantage here for EG. They've got the better observer placement. Zayat, he's caught on the front, gets the Ghost Scepter off in time, still goes down. The egg comes out to the side. They're going to focus straight towards it, though, and they've got enough hits to take it out. The egg will fall. Now they can claim more as they go over towards Solo. Buybacks coming out. 3 buybacks, in fact, from VP. They want to keep ILTW safe as he's being focused by Arteezy and GPK. They've lost the Drow. Zayat, can he bring these heroes down in return? The Magnetize bringing Arteezy low. Arteezy's trying to run. Oh, dives across Arteezy, gets a final burst of HP, but it isn't enough to keep him alive. RTZ goes down. Crit drops the Echo straight on top of no one. No one will fall. The DP and the Drow out for 70 seconds. As EG, they can look to clean up more. Sprout out onto Solo. That's a dieback on the tree. Diving in, chasing Resolution right back to the base. He's surrounded. Crit jumps forward. That extra lockdown as he pops the enchant totem. Another self-yours. Rezo trying to get himself away, but the silence is out. Rezo is down. That's a double dieback. Is 4 heroes dead on VP. None of them with buyback available.
That is, just as I was saying, it felt like VP controls this game. EG says no, as the network at the lead went from 5k to 20k with all of those buybacks, and I think 7 or 8 heroes died for VP there.
Yeah, look at that swing there. The game started to head back towards VP's favor, but that whole play, the buybacks, and then proceeding to lose the fight, that hurts them hard. As now EG, they're ready to try and close this one up. 20 seconds, and VP will have both No One and ILGW back in the game. That might not be soon enough. Tier 4s are falling. The second tier 4 down, the Ancient exposed.
Okay.
Is there anything Zayas can do to push them away? He's trying to get out to stop them, but EG, they're just looking to close this up. BKB's a pop, they focus the Ancient. GG is called, and EG will be able to close this game 2 up.
And that's how both games seem to have gone. Seemingly very even game, and then...
$1,500 gold. He actually is going to go straight into the pipe here, opting to tank up even more.
Rolling boulder from Zep misses again, but there's the invest bomb, and this time Ohio's in trouble. Roar will come out, they have the magnetize, they get off the silence as well, and Ohio will get right click down. The exorcism will go from Mushi, doing a decent amount of damage to aggressive. The Borslow comes through, he has no infest, he has the armlet toggle, needs to be careful, the spirit cypher coming out, the glimpse back onto aggressive, gets him back in there. They get the grave off in time though, the open wounds will come through, they have the kinetic shield. There's the black hole, from the long ground, on to 3, Step as well as them 1 are gonna get chewed down. 3 dead, Mushi gets a double kill. DJ, are you kidding me, from the low ground?
DJ, God, the crowd, he just goes insane as he hits the black hole of his life. And
likely could just give this one up. The vision advantage with the Hawk does help. But nope, they're ready. They've actually got a smoke. They can bypass the Hawk with this, but...
There's no way they take this in time. Fnatic need to get out. Mushi is going to be stunned by the boulder smash. They're going to come through. Showit looking for a Ravage. Can't find it. Mushi pops the BKB early. Aggressive blinks in. Pops the rage as well. Still has his BKB ready to go. They really want to contest this and take it down as quickly as possible. They get the refresher for Ohio. It's coming out. Double Roar is ready. Can they find a kill off of this? Maybe he's walking up with the Silver Edge. Ohio's going to get caught first. Ravage catches onto 2. Black Hole counter initiation. Static Storm on top. Aggressive is low. They get up to Static Storm. Showit pops the refresher. Not enough. Maybe he's getting chewed through by mid 1. They get off the Roar. They'll lose 2. They'll lose 3. They buy back on the Tide. He's got another Ravage. They have no buyback on Maybe. What an initiation from DJ.
Secures another kill, and Tongfu is going to continue to push. They're not done. Mech still hasn't even been used. There's a hook. How? Brought all the way back to the base. Cleaned up by the fountain. And waddles his way back to the front lines.
Well, like I said, it does waste time, but they kind of need it. I mean, they need to be able to just eliminate somebody from the fight, very similar to what Mu can do for Tongfu. So if he had been a little bit farther up, he would have been able to throw the hook, but the thing is there was a range creep in the way. And there it is, yep.
Banana going for a ride on the Dindy Express. Welcome to the well. Aegis goes to Tongfu. And now charging back out. Dindy going to be spotted, and he gets, no, he doomed the Chen. That's a much better choice. Oh, he got him. He got him. Not going to follow it all the way because we got a battle to watch with Puppy. Trying to get away from it, going to be telekinesed back. And they will be able to get him as well. There you so a 1-for-1 trade. And wow, Hal is still alive down there. Engagement breakout as Kuro. Oh, there we go. The hook, got him. Zhan Xing taking the long ride to Shanghai. Welcome home. Na'Vi is down. Can you say mega creeps? Na'Vi, he got him. One more. This is what you call one for the road.
Man, I can't.
The game for IG. Who leads the way? I believe it should be Zoe. They're gonna cut for the shorter path. They storm up the river. Patience from Zoe. Waiting in the wings. Navi's about to be caught. Oh, there's the sleep. The surge. He catches everyone. Oh, this could be a total disaster. Vacuum in. Ravage on everyone. The black hole as well. Light of heaven turns it around. Ravage as well. Stolen by Dandy. Are you kidding me? They turn it around. 4 heroes dead.
5 heroes dead. Chuan trying to survive. Chuan's gonna go down. Puppy talked about the Naga counter. It's light of heaven with his BKB. They turn it around. I don't even know how they're gonna do it. Standing ovation from the crowd. The last tower will be going down.
Start the fight with that global and just try to blow up and get on top of that Zeus right away. Get into that backline. I mean, the Rubik and the Zeus are really starting to be quite an issue for them.
Chalice is in with the opener, straight in with the lasso. The tower will fall, but they'll drag back the Ember Spirit into the torrent, cut him down with the Tidebringer. He's dead, but on the side, they find Arme. Arme's dead for 60, still alive at the moment. And all the use, the dodge, Anna up into the end, dodging the Echo Slam. Somnus, he's trapped here in the Sprout. OG, they'll slowly punch down the Kunkka. The stolen Finch and Jerax sets up onto FY. OG.
So this PL will continue just to BT split push this game out, get more and more money. And that, for me, is still the biggest problem for Evil Geniuses. Where do you go with this? Fear needs to have that damage-dealing item. But in order to do so, he's got to drop either his TP scroll or sell the Ring of Aquila. And Samel, Blink, Dragon Tail stun. Garda's going to be here with the hookshot as well. Laguna bites Samel. The Colt's Burn bought them a little bit of extra time. And with Samel down and no buyback, Roshan is a very, very juicy target here for CDEC.
Yeah, EG are going to know they're going for it, though. First of all, it would be pretty obvious from the lane situation, but they also have a good ward around the river area to see. CDEC are moving in there now. I don't think EG are interested in contesting this 4-on-5, but maybe they can delay it long enough for it to be a 5-on-5 if they Ice Blast and Fissure properly. There is no hook shot.
They're all together. PPD, here comes the Ice Blast, ready for the dodge! In from Universe! Into the disaster! CDEC! They're going to get wiped from the face of the earth, apart from aggressive. He'll jump out, but the wombo combo perfectly hits from Evil Geniuses. And now they will take Roshan. Samel is back, they'll get the egg into the Immortal.
OG right behind Arme. Gets the jump, finds the Pugner. Vision will not find a stun. Pugner with no buyback. OG, they were really playing with fire. The Hex down the Terrorblade. Spectral Haunt looking for the frontline attack, but that's why Somnus goes into the backline. The BKB, they're into the backline. Shaker, he's bouncing around. Hawkshot, she stuns on the way through. Is gone. No buybacks available. Have LGD done it? They're holding Anna. Hold him in place. Chalice will find the damage. F5 will die for it. No, really? Anna is actually running away, but it won't stop Arme from blinking up, looking for the tier 3 tower. 2 players left alive for OG. They're the big ones, however. Thompson and Anna on the defense duty. Fortification. It's delayed as much as they possibly can. And now the jump out. Hex, the boy in the bubble. Thompson able to be protected once again. Chalice very, very low on mana. They have a lot, but Arme, he'll change the life with Anna. Thompson needs to be pushed away. Able to do so. FY jumps onto the illusion only, so the hookshot won't be able to connect. But Anna, he needs to retreat. There's so much damage. Anna down. Buyback is available. They still have not taken the mid racks. OG are just trying to delay LGD for the moment. 5 heroes around. The bubble is there protecting the melee racks. Anna, Sunder by once again. The Sunder switches to life. Arme's back up to full health, but the damage from Thompson, it's good enough to kill off the bait. Buyback is there. Somnus leads forward. They just keep bunching them around, but they're still battling from inside the bubble. Pugner will come to the world living LGD. They're going for the GG push. They're going up the tier 4 towers. OG, they have to hold the line. They have the numbers. Seven from the side with a take on Arme, but no! Sunder is back up. It is there. Chalice will fall. They lose the Enchantress. FY pushing around Anna. He's so low. Can they get the die back on him? You bet your Nelly they can. Arme still very, very low. The blast will kill him off. But buyback. LGD want this now. LGD, or can they? Backing up? No, they're not. Terrorblade. BT's forward. The ball is up. Thompson needs to defend. X-Nova very visible. You've got a very, very very low life Mirana, but OG, they can't find the target. X-Nova, he's got the grip, he's got the control, he's got the kill. Thompson is down, but ES is up. Where the Echo slam. Oh, there he is. Forward. There's your slam. There's the dunk. There's the play. Jirax, the savior of OG.
1,500 gold. He actually is going to go straight into the pipe here. Look, opting to tank up even more.
Rolling boulder from Sep misses again, but there's the invest bomb, and this time Ohio's in trouble. Roar will come out, they have the magnetize, they get off the silence as well, and Ohio will get right-click down. The exorcism will go from Mushi, doing a decent amount of damage to that aggressive. The Borslow comes through, he has no infest, he has the armlet toggle, needs to be careful, the Spirit Siphon coming out, the glimpse back onto aggressive, gets him back in there. They get the grave off in time though, the open wounds will come through, they have the kinetic shield. There's the black hole, from the long ground, on to 3, Sep as well as MM1 are gonna get chewed down. 3 dead. Mushi gets a double kill. DJ, are you kidding me, from the low ground?
DJ, God, the crowd here just goes insane as he hits the black hole of his life. And
likely could just give this one up. The vision advantage with the Hawk does help. But nope, they're ready. They've actually got a smoke. They can bypass the Hawk with this, but
there's no way they take this in time. Fnatic need to get out. Mushi is going to be stunned by the boulder smash. They're going to come through. Shout looking for Ravage. Can't find it. Mushi pops the BKB early. Aggressive blinks in. Pops the rage as well. Still has his BKB ready to go. They really want to contest this and take it down as quickly as possible. They get the refresher for Ohio. It's coming out. Double Roar is ready. Can they find a kill off of this? Maybe he's walking up with the Silver Edge. Ohio's going to get caught first. Ravage catches onto 2. Black Hole counter initiation. Static Storm on top. Aggressive is low. They get up to Static Storm. Shower pops the refresher. It's not enough. Maybe he's getting chewed through by mid 1. They get up the Roar. They'll lose 2. They'll lose 3. They buy back on the Tide. He's got another Ravage. They have no buyback on Maybe. What an initiation from DJ.
Secures another kill, and Tongfu is going to continue to push. They're not done. Mech still hasn't even been used. There's a hook. Hal brought all the way back to the base. Cleaned up by the fountain. And waddles his way back to the front lines.
Well, like I said, it does waste time, but they kind of need it. I mean, they need to be able to just eliminate somebody from the fight, very similar to what Mu can do for Tongfu. So if he had been a little bit farther up, he would have been able to throw the hook, but the thing is there was a range creep in the way. There it is, yep.
Banana going for a ride on the Dindy Express. Welcome to the well. Aegis goes to Tongfu. And now charging back out. Dindy going to be spotted, and he doomed to Chen. That's a much better choice. Oh, he got him. He got him. Not going to follow it all the way because we got a battle to watch with Puppy. Trying to get away from it. Going to be telekinesis back. And they will be able to get him as well. There you go. So a 1-for-1 trade. And wow, Hal is still alive down there. Engagement breakout as Kuro. Oh, there we go. The hook. Got him. Zhan Xing taking the long ride to Shanghai. Welcome home. Navi's down. Can you say mega creeps? Navi, he got him. One more. This is what you call one for the road.
Man, I can't.
The game for IG. Who leads the way? I believe it should be Zoe. They're gonna cut for the shorter path. They storm up the river. Patience from Zoe. Waiting in the wings. Navi's about to be caught. Oh, there's the sleep. The surge. He catches everyone. Oh, this could be a total disaster. Vacuum in. Ravage on everyone. The black hole as well. Light of heaven turns it around. Ravage as well. Stolen by Dendy. Are you kidding me? They turn it around. 4 heroes dead.
5 heroes dead. Chuan trying to survive. Chuan's gonna go down. Puppy talked about the Naga counter. It's Light of Heaven with his BKB. They turn it around. I don't even know how they're gonna do it. Standing ovation from the crowd. The last tower will be going down.
Start the fight with that global and just try to blow up and get on top of that Zeus right away. Get into that backline. I mean, the Rubik and the Zeus are really starting to be quite an issue for them.
Chalice is in with the opener, straight in with the lasso. The tower will fall, but they'll drag back the Ember Spirit into the torrent, cut him down with the Tidebringer. He's dead, but on the side, they find Ame. Ame's dead for 60. Still alive at the moment. Oh, the use! The dodge! Anna up into the end, dodging the Echo Slam. Somnus, he's trapped here in the Sprout. OG, they'll slowly punch down the Kuka. The Stolen Fish and Jerax sets up onto FY. OG!
that this PL will continue just to BT split push this game out, get more and more money. And that, for me, is still the biggest problem for Evil Geniuses. Where do you go with this? Fear needs to have that damage-dealing item. But in order to do so, he's got to drop either his TP scroll or sell the Ring of Aquila. And Sumail, blink, Dragon Tail stun. Garda's going to be here with the hookshot as well. Laguna bites Sumail. The Cogs burn bought them a little bit of extra time. And with Sumail down and no buyback, Roshan is a very, very juicy target here for CDEC.
Yeah, EG are going to know they're going for it, though. First of all, it would be pretty obvious from the lane situation, but they also have a good ward around the river area to see that CDEC are moving in there now. I don't think EG are interested in contesting this 4-on-5, but maybe they could delay it long enough for it to be a 5-on-5 if they Ice Blast and Fissure properly. There is no hook shot.
They're all together. PPD, here comes the Ice Blast, ready for the dog! In from Universe! It's a disaster! CDEC! They're going to get wiped from the face of the earth, apart from aggressive. He'll jump out, but the wombo combo perfectly hits from Evil Geniuses. And now they will take Roshan. Sumail is back, they'll get the egg into the Immortal.
OG right behind Ame. Gets the jump, finds the Pugner. Vision will not find the stun. Pugner with no buyback. OG, they were really playing with fire. The Hex down the Terrorblade. Spectral Haunt looking for the frontline attack, but that's why Somnus goes into the back line. The BKB, they're into the back line. Shaker, he's bouncing around. Hawk shot, she stuns on the way through. ES is gone. No buybacks available. Have LGD done it? They're holding Anna. Hold him in place. Chalice will find the damage. F5 will die for it. No, really? Anna is actually running away, but it won't stop Ame from blinking up, looking for the tier 3 tower. 2 players left alive for OG. They're the big ones, however. Thompson and Anna on the defense duty. Fortification. It's delayed as much as they possibly can. And now the jump out. Hex, the boy in the bubble. Thompson able to be protected once again. Chalice very, very low on mana. They have a love, but Ame, he'll change the life with Anna. Thompson needs to be pushed away. Able to do so. FY jumps onto the illusion only, so the hookshot won't be able to connect. But Anna, he needs to retreat. There's so much damage. Anna down. Buyback is available. They still have not taken the mid racks. OG are just trying to delay LGD for the moment. 5 heroes around. The bubble is there, protecting the melee racks. Anna, Sunder! Once again, the Sunder switches to life. Army's back up to full health, but the damage from Thompson, it's good enough to kill off the bait. Buyback is there. Somnus leads forward. They just keep bunching them around, but they're still battling from inside the bubble. Pugner will come to the world living LGD. They're going for the GG push. They're going up the tier 4 towers. OG, they have to hold the line. They have the numbers. Seven from the side with a Dagon Army, but no! Sunder is back up. It is there. Chalice will fall. They lose the Enchantress. FY pushing around Anna. He's so low. Can they get the die back on him? You bet your Nelly they can. Arme still very, very low. The blast will...
But that's the feeling you get, because that's how important deaths are in the late game. It's not about racks. It's not about towers. It's not about gold. It's not about items. It's about one guy dying, and then enemy team goes straight down mid. You lose. So Batrider being good, you have to play Batrider.
10
Wow. Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to think of, because we keep looking at what the rest of the playoffs is going to look. Having that.
Dire's turn to ban.
Absolutely.
It is Radiant's ban. Dire's turn to ban. Radiant's turn to pick. Dire's turn to pick. Radiant's turn to pick. Ember Spirit. Dire's turn to pick. Shadow Demon.
He just keeps talking up Dark Seer the whole
this
time.
Dark Seer is so broken.
Dude,
It was the Dark Seer in particular where he was just like, this one's
Dead?
done.
He's
It's
dead.
dead.
I don't know who it was that said it, but somebody said like, man, BSJ finds a way to make himself sound right, even when he was so wrong. He's like, all of the reasons that I said this Dark Seer is bad is why he is actually good in this game. It's like, all right, Brian, you just can't be wrong, dog.
Man, he's so handsome. He gets away with it. But
So adaptation. So EG moved the priority on the Ember up. They really want GPK to play Ember versus Phoenix because he's gonna be playing versus limited disables, and immediately they pick Shadow Demon with it. So even less disables than Ember has to worry. Sure, you still have to worry about the Purge, which can be a bit annoying as an Ember because your Remnant doesn't move if you pop it after the Purge and even moves your shields. But
you just have a Remnant down. You press it if he purges you.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the easier heroes. And the thing is, like, if you don't have a support that disables Ember, that means you need to bring, like, you need to have like 2 or 3 cores that have disables because one support is going to be at like every pickoff, right? There's always like a support core matching, and when you're talking about like pickoffs around the map, so this is definitely an issue.
This, though, if they do have, like, let's say, silences, like they had a plethora of last game, it would be better because Shadow Demon prevents the Yule Scepter,
That's
right?
true. Yeah,
so like, you can't buy Yules to just counter everything, which he did last game. He just had Yule Scepter and they couldn't actually control this.
And picking 3 like pseudo-disable cores is not out of the question. Like, there's plenty of them that are good. Like, Drow Silence is fantastic, for example.
Has EG ever not loved Ench?
I feel like it's just such a fly hero, man. He just loves to dumpster people in the laning phase. He loves heroes that he can just run around and die and get good vision down, play around vision. He's a really aggressive player. He's always played these lane dominators. Like when I think of Fly, I think of like Bane, Enchantress, Chen, that sort of thing.
Yeah, me too. Definitely. I think that's exactly what he's looking for there. Just secure Arteezy's lane as best as possible, and then mid game, you can still do some stuff if Enchantress doesn't die. Like especially with I saw Fly actually I think both games it was. He maxed impetus, so he's level 7 with a max impetus. He's actually doing damage in the fight if he's ignored.
Yeah,
so it's cool. Same bans from EG though. They take out the Noah and DK. They take out the Storm. They're just trying to set up this Ember Spirit for the most success possible.
Yeah, man, this SD hero has really confused me in this patch. Just looking at the win rate with literally no changes being applied to the hero. It's like 41% at the start of the patch, and then slowly but surely it started going up. And then people stopped picking illusion heroes, and it kept going up. And it's like, bro, what is happening with this hero?
I think the hero has a lot of crazy like potentials in a way, right? Like because the demonic purge is a constant purge, and let's say you ever get an Aghanim's, it's another break mechanic. So I feel like that influences.
Break
you don't see it
definitely
that
helps.
much.
Yeah, I think the Spectre. I think people playing it as a 4 and picking it against Spectre definitely drove the.
And versus voids, it's a save versus voids.
Yeah,
so the
exactly.
two super popular hyper carries for me. That's why I thought he was right.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
But Solo actually does the interesting thing. He doesn't get poison. Right, he just goes QW, so he's all just about moving around the map and having his cores enabled.
Solo is always just playing a different game than everybody else. Like that guy has innovated so many random position 5 builds, like 6 Fairy Fire Bane. I remember 6 Branches Disruptor was a thing that he did. He started the 6 Mangoes thing where you'd go 6 Mangoes and then Tango and just have a ton of like base HP regen. Yep. This guy is not playing Dota at all. I don't even think he pubs. I think he's like ranked 2000 or something.
He did it. I mean, he did a bunch last year. I used to play with him a lot last year. Him and Roger all the time. I would get in my pub games and they would just flame me in a nice way, in the nicest way possible. They would flame me in a joking manner.
So I think there was a period where he grinded a bunch of pubs. There's a few pro players that have done that where they don't play pubs and everybody's like, oh, well, they're clearly really good. Their team is winning. Like when VP was the team to beat, he wasn't pubbing at all. No. Maybe there's a coincidence. Or maybe there's no coincidence.
I don't know. I heard a bunch of 6s.
Did you?
Got spooked.
Really?
But now we're going to see if EG's getting spooked by what's been put together inside of VP.
Really waiting on this one.
Yeah, they banned the Mars though, so they were, the combo is still something they're thinking about. That Phoenix plus Mars. Phoenix Tariq didn't work, so this time they're probably like, okay, maybe if they do the Mars, it'll be stronger. And I think they're assuming that this is going to be the support Phoenix this time, not Rezo, right? If they're banning on Mars.
Yeah, that's it. It's a really good combo. We saw how it worked against, I think it was both Enchantress and Ember Spirit earlier, actually. Just completely shreds both of the heroes. If you hit one of them with Spear ult on Mars, they're dead 100% of the time. I mean, it's hard to hit an Ember Spirit, but if you can start with like a Disruption or a Silence or something, it's easy.
Okay. You just get their Nice little crit Rubik. Oh, he's going to be bound to get something. Still a lot of picks left for him to be able to get those nice spell steals.
So you like the Rubik there?
I think Rubik's just a amazing position 4 period right now.
Yeah, you can
it doesn't matter
away with it whenever.
I think he'll always have something that's like, damn, he stole that. You
right.
know?
It's never. So it's one of those funny things. I've never had a panel when Rubik's picked ever say, "Oh, he's not going to be able to get anything." Like that. That's not something that you ever hear. You just always hear. It's like, oh, like this is great. I'm like, you just went through like everything.
Yeah, everything. There's like Earth Spirit and Destructor are the 2 ones that you hate playing against the most because you don't get great spells.
I mean, but then you're like, if you're picking those because of the Rubik, then it's like you're countering a Rubik, and it's really weird. And this isn't League of Legends. Like every spell in this game is overpowered. That's what makes Dota so interesting. So if you're picking a bunch of crappy spells to counter a Rubik, you're probably gonna just lose anyway.
But they do love their Spirit, and it is one of those heroes that does mess with the Rubik a lot. It provides you the catch for the Ember Spirit too. So
yeah,
I heard a funny joke about that game actually.
Did you?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
So so a Dota player and a League of Legends player, they're at a bar.
Okay.
And the Dota player says to the League of Legends player, Dota's a better game. The League of Legends player can't deny. You ruined my punchline, man. The League of Legends player can't deny.
Well, I don't believe that would be the case because I feel like somebody would be very passionate about their game.
5 seconds.
What's funny? Don't laugh at me.
Good man. You better not know those league mechanics.
Wow, I was actually so mad. I threw it. Hit your thing. Well, it made a really loud clink sound.
That's what this is for. It's for protecting.
It's just his perfectly chiseled muscles.
Clinks, and then at the same time, we saw it locked in once again with the Eng. How did you like? Yeah, that was good.
The clinks actually worked out pretty nicely. I feel like I didn't really see him like eating the Enchantress creeps. I know he did a couple of the situations, but he felt strong. I mean, he did okay, but I did feel like he got carried by GPK and Ramses.
Surprisingly, with the nerfs to the Enchantress creeps, I almost feel like looking at that second draft, it's like, did EG read the patch notes? I mean, obviously they did, and they still think that it's good, but it's definitely a lot worse. You're losing 700 HP on the max enchant.
He did. I thought this was going to come up in the earlier series.
Finally.
Yeah, I thought this was going to come up earlier in this series because it was left open pretty much every single time.
And
we said it
both games.
We mentioned
both
it
games. People were crying out for
It's
Spectre.
their hero. Like this is what they play. They're the best at this. And look at all the backliners that you can jump. Ember Spirit, he doesn't like the pure damage from the Spectre. If you can ever catch him, he dies. Enchantress will get shredded. Rubik will get shredded. Clinks, he's got low HP, especially if he doesn't have death packed up. And even if he does have high HP, like you just shred him with the pure damage. Like Spectre just jumps him, you just get a dust off, kill him with the Abyssal Blade, he dies every time.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe EG does like some response of some aggro-ish lane or something here, like some aggro, like try triple range aggro in. I'm not sure, something like that. But something I did see him do on the Clinks, which I think is really important, is go for Midas. I think it might sound stupid, but the level 1 ult is really bad.
It's bad.
Level 2 ult scales super nicely, and then you can actually participate more. So I feel like we'll probably see him do something like that again.
It's got a much better uptime on that second level too. That's always really nice.
Now that we've seen this patch for a couple of days, what got hit the hardest? Is there anything that does feel like it got hit super hard? Because every time that we start discussing it, it's just like, yeah, it's really not that bad.
I want to give you an answer where it's like, this hero's complete dog shit. Everything's fine. Like Veno's still good, Spectre's still good, all of these heroes are still good. With that being said though, there are broken heroes now. Like I think Mars is insanely good.
We haven't seen
that the change was
the
huge.
change and then Soul Ring as well. Like he is a Soul Ring connoisseur, and now it's super cheap. It gives armor. He actually has int to cast his spells. His spells have never been a problem. They've always been good. As long as you can press them. You couldn't press them before. You didn't have intelligence.
Okay, so that's their other hero that can fight. I saw EG banning Queen of Pain and Lina. They're trying to ban heroes that can fight with 4 because Spectre's going to be playing by himself on an island. So they go for this Invoker. Okay. And the Invoker is probably going to what? Quas Wex,
yeah.
Versus the Ember, he can just purge off the Tornado all the time.
Right, really good against the Clinks too. Like Clinks and Ember, 2 heroes that use their mana for a lot of things, but don't have a high mana pool. So it'll really crush them in the team fight. Good at protecting the egg as well. You get the short Tornado. That's usually enough to let the egg pop.
And it gives them
Deafening Blast as well.
More control because they only really have the Earth Spirit for control at the moment, but not that much in.
Off lane Lycan, I think. I think Ramses is going to play some Lycan. This is bringing me back to Ramses' carry days.
Or are they going to leave Lycan alone and do a triple? I don't know. Okay.
Lycan could probably solo a Phoenix pretty easily, right?
That's what I'm kind of thinking, right? Then they just have him, and he's their tower pusher, he's their tower, like, objective taker.
Dude, aggroing with Enchantress here seems really good. I feel like that would destroy a Spectre. Just the Enchantress alone is enough. Then you've 3 ranged heroes versus 2 melee heroes and an SD.
I think that's what I'm thinking, too. They have, again, it's very fast heroes. Look at the way they can move across the map. Ember clinks into Lycan in place of a Nature's Prophet. He can zoom in there and get into the place.
Yeah, it's really
the fight.
Really similar to the Natures, honestly.
Yeah.
So you're liking it?
Don't do that.
I'm not sure. That's more so where I'm at. I'm at a not sure point. He enables the clinks a lot in this game, though. Howl is actually super good. I know you're going for it, by the way. Yeah. Don't give me that look.
I think it's a solid draft from EG. I think they've got the speed factor against the Spectre. But with that being said, VP, like they play the Spectre hero better than any other team, other than Ana on OG. You know, this is their bread and butter. So
I mean, we had analysts. I know you just came on the panel as Lizard beforehand, but Fogged and Lizard were basically crying for the Spectre, trying to see it in 2 different games. Finally, we are going to see it. You've already mentioned all the reasons why you want to see the Spectre, even outside of the draft, just based off of the players that are going to be inside of the game. And it's time to find out if the Spectre is going to be able to do it for the squad as we jump in to game number 3.
Yes, the deciding game now ready to go between EG and VP. And yeah, definitely some excitement there from our panelists to see some of these heroes. We're getting the Spectre tried out, and that final response against it, the Lycan coming into play, Brian.
I'm a big fan. I played against Lycan the other day, and you kind of forget heroes exist sometimes. He was literally in every game like 2 months ago, right? And I think he and Beastmaster, like the low cooldown Necrobook buying heroes, are the exact reason why Spectre was not popular previously. She doesn't want her towers being taken all the time. She wants to fight only on her cooldown of Han, right? And they don't have any summons, like anything to deal with them. Like, how do they deal with the summons of Lycan? They have AoE damage,
sure, but not enough sort of straight up D-push to just deal with these.
Yeah,
these sort of fast plays.
Exactly. Their 2 supports offer virtually no D-push. The Spectre Shadow Demon lane, for me at least, doesn't seem very threatening to a Lycan. Like, I think Lycan off lane could be vulnerable to like a potential kill lane early, or even just a lane that outtrades him. But Spectre Shadow Demon is a very passive lane. It's kind of just focused on getting that Spectre her game, and Lycan, I think, as an off laner, conceptually can punish that really well, because he's doing the same thing. He's playing for his own game as well, and his lone game is going to come online way before the Spectre's does. So I personally heavily favor EG in this draft, but VP, if they're ever able to get to that point, once again, same story. Superior 5-man, but longer cooldown dependent on the side of VP.
And sort of from the off in some of these lane matchups, I mean, do you see sort of a side having stronger lanes on the first few minutes?
I mean, Inch Clinks, ignoring the combo for Clinks later on in the game, is just an incredibly scary lane. Clinks is a very scary laner. Enchantress always one of the strongest 5s in lane. I think Ember versus Invoker is about a wash. I think Invoker's slightly favored in that one, but with all things said and done, I think Clinks and Lycan are going to get the games they want, and that's, I think, just scary for me on the side of VP, because even if the game's even at like 8 to 10 minutes into the game, EG's just is ready to fight so much earlier.
Now, let's see. No one, of course, this Invoker coming through as the last pick, and we'll see what sort of build he goes. I mean, we're still seeing some Quas Wex, some Quas Exhorts across the board. Is there sort of a preferred one here? He's going to start things with the Quas?
Yeah, I think they picked him for the Purge, the AoE, Tornado, Mana Burn, EMP. I think that's what it's all about here, especially against the Ember. They have the Shadow Demon plus him to disable this aggression coming out from GPK that we saw a lot of last game. He was playing up in their face all game, and this time around I think they've got better tools to deal with it, as we do see a disruption top.
Straight away.
He was ready for this. Solo is really good at this. It's one of the things that really distinguishes really good Shadow Demon players to kind of just casual Shadow Demon players is this disruption and to lock someone in place because you have 3 bodies blocking them. Play by VP to look for is a really good reaction by Arteezy.
Yeah, it was immediately
TP.
Yeah, he knew that there was no other play than just TPing out of range of with that advance from VP, so very quick reaction indeed from RTZ.
Could drag the creep wave bottom to ensure that it goes close to their tower. We're kind of seeing remnants of the previous patch where you were allowed to cut creeps all the time, but now you just have to do it a little bit closer to the opponent's tower, which is usually more preventable, but not necessarily by a hero like Shadow Demon, especially since he wasn't there for the first creep wave. As looks like Lycan is getting absolutely a free farm start in the offlane.
And looking towards what RLTW is going to be able to do on the Spectre this game, I mean, how are you sort of liking to see your Spectres being built nowadays? Are you able to go for the greed of the Midas, or do you just have to go for this Drums, Manta, Diffuse, or fighting build?
Yeah, I think you have to fight at all times. I think if you go Midas, you're just going to get ran over. You do not have time. It's not necessarily that he always has to be fighting, but he always has to be able to fight. And with Midas, it's not like the Ursa where he has Ion Shell Surge. This game, he's like completely dependent upon his own kit, his own items to do damage and have impact. Haunt's not going to be enough against this EG lineup. If he goes Midas, I would be very surprised.
And then on the other hand, you know, EG, we're talking about them wanting to play fast. RTZ though, still, would you still get the Midas even though you as a squad are going to play fast? Do you sort of agree with Folk when he said that he still feels this time is kind of essential on this hero right now?
Yeah, I think Clink's, his weakness as a carry has always been that he just has to farm. And with the new Clinks, they kind of gave him a way to farm with the aspect that you could utilize your Q in lane and then you could just farm damage. But nowadays, I think Midas might be his only way, as he might be needing it to recover a bit from this laning stage after he...
Oh! I mean, Reza, we saw last game Reza have a brilliant time on the Phoenix from the laning stage and onwards, and here in game 2, just never missing his spells, getting max usage out of the Fire Spirits, and if you're able to keep all 4 of them, you know, on top of the enemy carry one after another, it's a hell of a lot of damage. And Clink's early on, it's a very squishy hero in the lane.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought their lane was really strong top, but the Earth Spirit Phoenix does have a lot of kill potential if the lane's ever pushed out away from the tower, because Clink's pretty much relies on that safety, as we see no one getting the Tornado EMP onto GPK. Smart build by GPK, only for 1 point in the Flame Guard.
Oh, bottom lane.
Both lanes. This does not look like kill heroes. Like, bottom lane especially, Rubik Lycan, Shadow Demon Spectre, not exactly kill lanes, at least on paper, but so far already seen 3 kills in less than 4 minutes. Rune's gonna be spawning, GPK is gonna preemptively check bottom, and looks like it's gonna be top, double damage. Edge camping it there.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to make sure the GPK can't grab this one, and then no one will be able to pick it, so...
The good old 4-minute double damage.
Yeah, it's gonna help him with a couple of these waves now against GPK. Already having that lead against GPK.
Is he gonna get the ward deny? Oh, purged. He didn't go for the ward deny, and Fly did a good job of getting rid of that double damage rune.
After 5 minutes coming up as well soon, we'll see if these side lanes can try and pressure any the respective safe lanes so they get the space to go for it. Solo, it's going for a bit of a harass on to Crit. RTW taking a lot of damage though from Ramses and Crit. Ramses the same though from these illusions, as Ramses will be forced right back here. As the regen looking, salves out here onto the Spectre. Solo will heal them back up to full HP. Crit will be able to grab these 2 5-minute runes, and the same to be said for VP up top. Holding back there the duo of EG. And Ramses steps forward. Take a lot of damage here for the 2 of them. Could Crit help him in time? He can't. Ramses will fall to that. Solo able to just go for the straight setup as he just steps too far away from his tower, Ramses.
Yeah, surprisingly he managed to get caught there. They just had to wear him down to half or so before he was ever killable, and he did let that happen. I think he'll just come right back and continue what he's doing, though, so it shouldn't be too bad for him, as Resolution also pays the price top. Looks like we're just distributing deaths equally so far in the early game, as I think Fly takes the lead with 2 deaths of his own.
Juke's coming out from Zayat. Can RTZ find that? They're going to have another net anytime soon on the Troll Summoner. We'll see as they're going to continue to chase this. It's up for a few more seconds. Zayat will manage to roll himself over the fountain, back to safety. Again in the mid lane. GPK will manage to get the rune this time round. He heads up towards the top, and no one. He's going to continue to move bottom, try and make an early here as this Invoker is. It's a little low on the mana, so not a whole lot he can throw out. We'll just drop the ward, and I think with that, that's all he's going to be able to get done down here. Won't be able to have any impact.
Yeah, I think Crit actually saw that ward right as he placed it, because Crit warded the high ground almost simultaneously. So it's going to be a pretty crucial D ward if they can get it. They were trying to shut down the Lycan, I believe, before he's level 6, because they actually have no stuns other than Nurse Spear roll to deal with him when he's hasted. They have a lot of slows, but that would have been a pretty crucial window for them to punish. Looks like they're going to try it again, but this time with the Earth Spear.
There we go, straight on the Ramses again. He's the focus. Big lift from Crit, does catch the stun onto the 3 of them. Zayas off the mark with the stun. May not matter though, as he's able to just body block Ramses. Another rock comes crashing down onto the head of the Wolf. As Ramses taken out his second time in quick succession here in this bottom lane. VP really starting to make sure that Ramses, his game is slowed down, and certainly needs to be, as he was getting free farm from that bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with both these teams this series. It seems like both teams clearly have like one or so cores that are meant to pressure the map early and are these pace-setting heroes in the game. And all 3 games so far I've seen, like in this game we're seeing VP do it to the Lycan. They're just shutting down the right heroes. I think this priority of resources is really good here. Like, yeah, Ember, he's level 7, but Invoker's going to do his own job mid. Ember's not going to be the one shoving all your towers down. Once Lycan gets this Necrobook at level 6, that's when EG has go time, because Ember, even though he can look for kills, he kind of needs something to set it up for him, and that's going to be the Lycan looking to push the lane in the tower. But until then, GPK is kind of forced into passivity.
VP, see if no one knows Zayas can get a catch here. Zayas is going to look to go straight for Fly. Quick juke from Fly. As he makes it half of the spells to hit. EMP will connect to the cold snap in range. Fly still trying to run, but Zayas again with the kill. Has the catch. GPK able to bowl a double damage room for this one. As Zayas, another roll attempted, will be blocked. GPK pops the DD, jumps in with the Remnant. Zayas is already dead. As EG able to strike back and kill off Zayas. Still close, very, very close on the net worth here in this landing stage bottom lane.
Not again.
I mean, no one, he's making some very fast plays as the Invoker all around the map. You can see he is totally on the ball here in terms of movements. Tips coming out as well from Ramses over to no one. I mean, you've got to watch out for this Invoker. He's getting very involved early on.
Yeah, that first death by Ramses on the Lycan I didn't think was that big of a deal, but now it's really starting to snowball. He's now died 3 times before his level 6 timing.
Back towards mid, GPK. Tries to dodge this.
Yeah, he didn't dodge it.
He's taking a lot of damage here. Should be able to live. And now, no one. What can he chase for? Meanwhile, up top, Resolution and Zayas, they're able to get the kill onto what's easy. Mid lane GPK will live, but all this focus around mid, giving that space for VP to punish RTZ being left alone in the safe lane.
Hey, they didn't even have to use egg for that. He still has it on Phoenix, so it just looks like some fire spirits in their spear roll.
And that's gonna hurt as well. There you saw GPK trying to go for the Remnant TP back to base.
Got cold snap.
He got cold snap, so he's now gonna take the longer walk. And no one's Invoker. He's off to a fiery start.
Is Ortiz gonna go back top? I think he's above that. Yeah, he's already bottom. They were just waiting for somebody on the side of VP.
Yeah, he's that kill early on.
He's level 7. That's a huge kill, especially since they preserved the egg cooldown. Looking really good for VP so far, because even though it's an even game, I think EG, they're the ones that want to get stuff done in about this point. I said 8 to 10 minutes, and that window has been delayed pretty drastically. As he does have the Necrobook plus ulti on Ramses, but now Spectre's level 8. So even though his D push usually isn't that strong, just standing in front with max dagger and dispersion is usually going to be enough.
Some round, no one not able to quite land the combo. So Ramses, he's out and away.
This is so important for mid laners watching this game to understand their rotations in the mid game. Lycan's all about the pace. Notice how many times no one's gone top, right? 0. He's spent all of his rotations going to this bottom lane, knowing that it's his job to delay these pushes, because they don't have too much D push on their lineup for VP. So you kind of have to prevent them from walking up to your buildings in the first place. And no one's been doing a great job, because even though rotations like that don't always work, it's the idea that every extra second you can delay this Lycan from taking the safe lane tower. That's going to delay his future tower taking. That's going to delay his next volley of items. And it looks like it might finally spell doom for this tier 1 bottom, unless VP decides to rotate a lot of heroes.
They're coming in. The TPs are coming in. VP wants to hold this. Ramses popping the ult in an attempt to run away. It will get him out of there. Daggers out. Does clip onto them solo, getting turned upon. GPK just jumping in and out. Times it nicely with the Remnant placement. So he has just enough damage from that one Remnant burst to finish off the kill. Rams is also having the wolves in upon him as he's just the one to get the last hit precisely on it. Over towards mid. No one trying to hold back Fly. Arteezy's there, jumps out from Invis to surprise no one. No one will turn with the cold snap, but Arteezy and Fly, do they have the damage? He's trying to get out with the Ghost Sword, but they have dust upon him. Down bottom, the X-Pop. Crit can't finish it off. As Crit burns to the Supernova, ILTW continuing to chase. Ramses, he's got nothing else to help him get out of it. Zayas rolls in as well. Ramses will fall. GPK holds to the back with the chains, but ILTW and Resolution are too tanky for GPK to fight back into. Over onto the high ground of the triangle, Zayas leads in. No one closes across with the cold snap. Sunray and Tornado takes out another. As well, Arteezy's having a look from the side, but he cannot get involved. These three heroes pose too much of a threat as VP just continue to play that little bit faster than EG, leading the way 11-4 right now.
Oh, I learned so much watching these games. VP's playing so well. I'm not trying to take away anything from EG, but the shutting down of the Lycan super early, and then knowing that EG is entirely predicated upon taking 1 or 2 early towers to then snowball the map control that they want with their heroes. And VP, they know if they have ultimates, you aren't getting anything for free. They're not going to let you get away with, like, they invested everything to defend that tower. And even if they didn't get kills, it would have been worth it for them. Because all that matters is making it just similar to the first game where EG was trying to delay no one on the DK. We're seeing VP just trying to make sure Ramsey's first ultimate does not get a tower.
Here we go, no one. Straight past the tower. He's hungry for more. Goes straight in for Fly. Ticking him down. Fly will pop. Any chance no one sees, he is straight in and on them. Dive forward from Rezo, he's ready to go in deep. There's the horn coming out as well from ILTW. Dagger out to Arteezy, forcing him out to the side. They surround Crit. Crit getting burned out by the Sunray. He's trying to run away, shoot him through the trees, but they'll find him. Double kill for no one. GPK's got the chains down to the two of them. Zayas, he rolls straight across there on top of Arteezy. Again, the cold snap for no one. Arteezy falling low, he goes down. Silence onto GPK, the Tornado for no one, removing the Flame Guard. GPK will finish off solo with the Sleight of Fist. Ramsey's with the wrap round, that ult use, chase down one, deafening blast from no one, pushes Ramsey to the side, but no one, he's running out of ways to escape, or is he? He's got the Ghost Sword, pops the tick, he's able to walk out with the Invis. ILTW and Zayas still looking towards Ramsey's ult will come to an end, meaning that he cannot chase any further, and again, VP, they do lose a couple, but their cause, no one, he continues to get away with this aggression, these fights behind the tier 1s, and he's able to dance his way out of the action.
You'd look at VP's lineup and say, okay, ults are on cooldown. There's no way this would be able to push towers, right? But I love the way they're reading the map. I'm actually just like fanboying over your VP right now because you know when you kill the Lycan and you have no cooldowns that he's just going to walk right back at your bottom tower. So instead of trying to contest him directly, it's actually a more passive move. Like you're representing less strength by pushing the opponent's objectives to try to trade and forcing EG to basically dedicate their resources to a place they don't want to. And even though Lycan got bottom tower, they get 3 kills in return on the side of VP, and now their ultimates are going to be on cooldown again as Resolution might get caught, though.
He's going to pop the egg, and now Ramses, he's stuck underneath it. The cold snap of the EMP, Ramses, he's got no escape. He's caught underneath the Supernova. They'll kill off the Lycan yet again.
I'm so impressed by these moves by VP. They just understand exactly what their lineup's supposed to do. They are dissecting EG right now. They're up by 9 kills with the superior late game lineup. I don't think it's even comparable, to be honest. EG, they better light a fire under their asses because it ain't gonna get any better if the pace of the game.
Yeah, CW just got free tower top.
Yeah, that should never happen, right? If you look at the 2 drafts, the Spectre, if Spectre's getting a tower for free, something is you're getting in desperate territory.
Oh, hey, already VP. They've wrapped him out. They're ready to set up here. They've got a point now in the Exos. The Sun Strike comes out. Fly will fall. GPK's going to try and chase. What can he catch? He gets the chains onto Solo. They'll turn over towards the SD, running him down in the river. The Wolves out as well with the chase. All Solo's courier also potentially in trouble. He'll keep it safe, but he'll fall himself. Deafening blast from now pushes the 2 in the back. The ice falls down. ILTW in with the dagger onto Crit. The Rubik falls. GPK trying to turn towards Zayas, but Zayas is pretty tanky. GPK, he puts out a defensive remnant. He's ready to jump his way back out of there as he's got to be careful. VP still with the 4 of them around. GPK can't fight into these 4 heroes.
Yeah, I really favored EG draft coming in because I just thought VP had no way to deal with this Lycan, but they have shut it down. I don't even think EG was ready for this. They seemed really confident with their last pick Lycan. Not a hero we see too often, but it definitely made sense in the given draft scenarios that we saw, but...
Oh, mid. Because he got a remnant in preparation. It doesn't even matter. So now VPK just dies underneath the tower. And VP now starting to fire out the tips. They're feeling it, VP. They're in some incredible momentum here. The way they're playing around their 2 cores, both ILTW and no one still yet to die in this game.
Yeah, I underestimated VP's ability to execute. I actually think they've played flawlessly this game. Obviously, there's going to be some deaths that happen in the laning stage, back and forth and all that stuff, individual small misplays. But in terms of team strategy, it has been near flawless, and I am very much enjoying this game because when I favor a team's draft, in this case EG's, and for me it's because I see the game plans and I'm like, man, I don't know how I would shut that down, and I'm just watching VP just shut it down beautifully.
Oh, is this another one here? Fly.
Yeah, non-stop, man. Why not? Keep going. Just free kills, man. They have haunts, so it's really scary for EG to ever engage into them with that counter threat.
He's going to pop the haunt here. It looks like they're hunting down on the bottom lane, looking for Arteezy. He's into the trees. He's out with the TP. If they're going to catch, they do. Solo's in. Disrupts the Clinks. Arteezy caught out. As the Clinks will fall. Another kill for ILTW as both ILTW and No One hitting some good kill streaks here in the early game.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever wanted
Ramsey?
Oh my god, again.
It just doesn't stop, Brian. GPK is going to try and jump in. Does manage to get the chains onto No One. Will finally end the streak of this Invoker. Can they get more out of this? Ramsey's being kept alive. They're finally
smoke from bottom. They're coming.
Zayas gets the kill, but it does cost him into his life as well. They also turn EG now with a chance to strike back. Ramsey gets the double kill. They'll kill off 3. First time here where we've seen EG being able to at least do some significant damage back towards the heroes of VP. As VP that time round just pushing a little too aggressive.
Yeah, they used Haunt to get the kill bottom, so EG realizing, hey, we know you're probably normally strong enough to invade our triangle, but you just used Haunt. You're like, we can't let you get away with murder here, and good job from them, but still, status quo kind of remains the same. They don't really have the ability to punish these long cooldowns in the form of taking their own objectives. And also, Spectre's just farming up a Storm, highest level in the game by 2 levels.
And immediately as No One's back in the game,
yeah,
he's hunting down kills in the mid lane.
Still have Egg, no mana to use it though right now.
Nice walls down, Chris spin the slow, pops the stick, but the summary damage is enough. VP just constantly on the lookout for any sort of kill that presents itself. EG have to be so careful on the map right now against this lineup.
Yeah, I actually think EG's played a relatively good game. I don't think they've made some serious mistakes. I really think VP just has risen to the occasion here. As Arteezy's queuing up a BKB, by the way, after his Midas. That is not the items you want to be building on a Clinks. As, oh my god, Solo and these traps that is insane, actually. How do you just find places to trap people randomly with disruptions, dude? That's honestly sick.
Now he just knows all the spots, it seems.
I wonder if he purposely waits for the disruption until he's on the ramp, just so he can do that.
We'll see how, and it looks like Arteezy, well, he's still switching between items, queuing up the death. I mean, what weight does he need? Ooh, Ramses.
He has ult, but he hasn't used it yet.
He's been silenced. Just so much control. He's stuck in the EMP. All his mana's gone. He's got nowhere to play his way out of there. Crit will get the lift up onto Solo. Arteezy will manage to turn and take down the Disruptor inside the river. GPK, he's focusing down No One turns with the Tornado, catches the 2 of them. GPK still tries to chase. They get the dust onto No One, but they don't have any catch. No One is out and away. Rezo diving in deep. The horn comes out from ILTW. He's ready to start with the cleanup. Over towards Crit. Straight in Zayas. He gets the dust in onto the backlines. They've got the vision onto Arteezy. ILTW able to find the big target. And now swinging over to mid. Can they get anything more out of this? Zayas rolls in onto Fly. GPK having to hide in the trees. The Supernova comes out. EG, they've just got to get themselves away from it all. They cannot fight here. No One. Extra setup onto GPK. Playing around him with the Yules. The Tornado, the Sunray, and the Cold Snap. GPK, he's stuck, taken out. Triple kill for ILTW as well throughout this fight, as ILTW and No One remain far at the top in this game.
Just in case I don't have time to talk about it after the game, assuming that VP does take this game, ILTW has risen above the play level I thought he was capable of in this series. I am thoroughly impressed with everything he's doing. First game as Ursa, I didn't think he'd be able to carry that, and indeed he did. His vision of the game in terms of itemization, how much he has to participate with his team. Same thing goes this game. First game he hasn't gone for a Midas on these like hard farming cores.
And they get the Rose. They're gonna get a kill on Ramses on top of it.
He just knows, man. They didn't.
I mean, EG, they're just falling apart now.
Yeah,
and do you think it's just down to the fact that with their lineup, EG kind of knows that, like, what do they do? What do they do when they're playing from this position with these heroes?
Yeah, this is bad. That's about all I got. This is not. I'd say if the game was reversed, where EG has like a 9k gold lead and VP's having to play all defensively, trying to scramble for objectives and farm, that I would say VP have a decent chance to win the game. Like, more than 0, right? And in this case, EG, their lineup does not function from behind at all. Klinks wants to wander around the map, looking for setup kills from other heroes pushing lanes. Lycan just wants to be walking down lanes. Ember is not even survivable this game. They have the Shadow Demon Purge to lock him down, and followed up by the Earth Spirit Silence. And EG, they realize that this is basically the GG smoke. You either make something happen here, or the game's over. As
let's see what they can get there. I mean, there's already 4 heroes of VP around, ready to take this fight.
No one broke the smoke.
They're going to lead in with the Ramsey's ult. No one. Out from the side, the sentry will catch no one. He turns, gets the tornado out to pretty much the entire squad of EG. No one's still on the run, but they jump in with the remnants. They burst down solid sides, coming in from the side with the silence onto Arteezy. Arteezy, he tries to TP out, but the cold snap was there from no one. Arteezy falls. They did get no one, and they will get Zayat. So EG this time, they lose Arteezy, but they are able to find 3.
So this is a situation where maybe I sound like a biased caster, but now what? Like, sure, you killed 3 heroes, you used all your cooldowns, mainly the Lycan ulti, but now the Spectre Haunt's back off cooldown, Eggs up, you turn a 9k gold lead into an 8k, there's not going to be any objectives taken. Ramses is basically a creep now since he has no ult.
And they have the Horde.
Yeah, he's just dead.
GPK tries to come in. I mean, GPK's dead as well.
Yep, now what? Like, and that's a situation where that's just how bad the game is, right? VP loses 3 heroes, EG makes the best move they possibly could make, and the game just goes right back to where it was. Oof, Owen.
It's a rough one for EG. I mean, as you said there before that smoke, it very much felt like, you know, EG, they've got to go for something. If they don't go for anything, if they don't go for these smoke movements, nothing else is going to get them back in the game. It's their only option. As their other options this game continue to just disappear. Fly dies in the river. Down bottom, Zayat's toying with Crit. Arteezy's going to come swinging around. Will turn onto Zayat's Crit. Some boulder-on-boulder action as Zayat's will go down. But again, it's looking to be VP cleaning up the deafening blast for no one. Catches the 2 of them. Crit's able to roll away, but ILTW in on top of Arteezy. There's no save for the Klinks as he falls. ILTW just storming in onto all of them, chasing down Ramses. He'll pop the old Ramses, but he can't even get it off in time. The damage too high from ILTW. Crit ends up dying in the tree line. They're just getting this point now where how do they kill this Spectre? ILTW just taking over. He's even looking to dive close towards the base. There'll be a buyback coming out from Crit to put him off doing so.
You know, the panel was talking up Spectre as a hero. Other than her level 1 in lane and her late game cooldowns, she's the exact same hero she was before. She was pretty damn good. As ILTW is beyond godlike at 24 minutes, #1 net worth by
He's going to get more as well. Crit goes down. Just bullying EG back to the base behind not just their tier 2, but their tier 1 and tier 2.
He's level 20, man. He has the 400 health talent already, sitting at 2,400 health.
Just 24 minutes in?
Yeah, that's it's approximately 0.9 levels per minute.
Yeah, this really is a dream game for all the Spectre players out there to see.
Against Klinks, it's pretty unlosable, I think, in the carry matchup at this point. Like, Klinks will die to every single haunt. You can't position around it ever.
Yeah, I mean, this is just insane. The plays that VP is making non-stop in this game. This is an absolute masterclass.
They're already dead. Just...
As Ramses, the last one left alive. He'll go down as well. They're getting team wiped in the base. Tier 2s are still all up. VP, they don't give a damn. They're just charging in onto the high ground. EG's got nothing. They'll tap out of this one. This one is done. And I mean, you just got to give respect to VP for that performance. That was insane.
Yeah, I don't like stomps when it feels like one team just had a bad draft and sucked, you know? I feel like we've had a few of those in the last couple days, and I don't like watching that. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that stomp. Like, VP just outplayed them. I think both drafts had a window,